But you know what I could guess from the art style? What is it? That was a shit transition. Maitetsu, sure. I mean, Maitetsu's art style isn't that well. No, it is fairly unique. So that you know, but I mean, you'd be able to guess. Uh, if there was a similar quiz of the guess the anime by its characters, right? You'd probably get a thing. Oh, you'd probably be able to guess my Tetsu off based off characters instead of art style. But anyway, last time we played, we finished Hibiki's route. As you can see from the fact that the last CG of Hibiki's route is on the title screen of the game. Unlike fucking Hachidoku's title screen, where it's fucking the third CG from the third from the last. You could have kept it consistent with this one, with her arms out, but no, you just had to give Hibiki more love. How do I get out of here? Either way, that's beside the point, because we don't care about Hibiki anymore. We care about Paulette now. So let's just jump right into it, shall we? And what better way to do it than to blow my ears out with increasing the volume of the this might be a bad idea. Hang on, I need to do this again. I forgot to hit record. Stop blowing my ears. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Now we can start. Alright. That's not what I meant to do. Put this shit back down. We don't want it overpowering the characters' voices, would we? Okay. Now that we've listened to all three, I think I'm just gonna say that I don't think they're gonna have intros for the side characters. All right. It's hard to rank. I think if I'm going to rank them, Hachidoku's was the best. Paulette's was second, and Hibiki's is third. Look, I was flipping between Hibiki and Paulette's intros while it was playing through, because I'll admit it, right? Before starting stream, I've had Hibiki's intro stuck in my head. But I think Paulette's beats it slightly. They're all good, right? They're all great songs. I'm just thinking, if we're gonna put it on a list, on a tier list, right? If Hachidoku's is S tier, Paulette's would be like A+, and Hibiki's would be like A. I don't know. I'll need to listen to them some more to have a final verdict on it, but that's beside the point. It's early morning, and it's just me and Con in the stone storage. Including things, it's Con, me, and 8620. I'm purely basing it off of the songs and not including, like, the visuals, right? Like, there were some parts that I'm like, damn. But, you know, that's from CGs, from fucking, those are CGs from other characters' routes, right? Like, holy tits, Makoto. Never mind it.
蒸気機関車か。
Once I get up to the driver's stand, I can only see a small part of it. I was never able to view it in such detail from the outside.
鉄だな。鉄の塊だ。
Thinking about it causes nausea and chills to climb up my legs. The black iron pounds my eardrums. The dark black iron pounds my eardrums. The twisting sounds remind me of the taste of blood and death.
だか。
Even if the taste spreads in my mouth, I can continue moving my tongue.
8620。それでもお前は美しくもある。
You're large and rustic, yet the finer details are polished and delicate. You're complete, yet you're filled with solitude. The color of one left behind.
お前で観光振興か。なんだ、コン。
Oops.
なんだ、コン。ああ。
A silhouette in the entrance of the stone storage. She comes walking to me with a conservative pacing.
ポーレットか。おはよう。
おはようございます、相鉄くん。どうしたんですか？こんなに早く。
She stops herself, her blue eyes taking the surroundings.
一人ですか？
いいや、一人と一匹だ。
ごめんね、コンのこと気がつかなかったわけじゃなくって。
When Paulette reaches out to it, it rolls onto its back, begging to have its belly rubbed. I think it's rather rare to see a fox this tame.
86ちゃんも一緒かなって、ちょっと思っちゃっただけで。
僕とて、たまには一人になりたい時間もあるさ。
I wanted to get a good look at 8620 up close. I wanted to face it by myself and figure out what to do from now on.
あ、それじゃあ私、お邪魔。
いや、そうではない。もしそうであれば、コンを連れても来てはいないさ。
I realized I contradicted myself when I heard her confused voice. That realization turns into an understanding. The reason why I brought Con in here was because I must be afraid of being completely alone. I'm so pathetic. I chose something where I could show my pitiful self. Once I realized my fear, the tension seems to loosen, the tension vanishes, and in comes a sigh of relief.
8620を一度じっくり、一人で見ておきたかっただけだ。ポーレットが来る前に、その目的は達成できていた。
それって、
Her worried look turns into a bright expression. She'd refused to move from her spot, but now she's walking over to me.
ひょっとして、観光振興のためにですか？
I realized that it was part of it. Using the municipal government as my lever will create a large-scale tourist attraction. If it weren't for me thinking seriously about Paulette's suggestion, I would never bring myself to look at 8620.
確かに、観光振興のことを考えてでもあったな。それが全てでもなかったが。
ちょっとでも考えてくれたなら嬉しいです。
Another step. This time, Paulette closes in on the distance with lighter steps.
ポーレットの提案を受けて、僕は考えたのだ。
何をですか？
負担についてだ。僕らはそれぞれ、やるべきことだけを果たしていれば、それで済むが。
The whole idea about an amateur like me being a policy secretary is unheard of. I mean, he doesn't know, but he was a secretary in Hibiki's route. He became one. I can't help but wonder about it. So it makes me think and realize.
ポーレットは違う。僕らの誰もやらないことのすべてを自分の義務にプラスして一人黙々と処理している。ただでさえ市長と社長だ。負担があまりに重すぎる。現状のままではいずれ潰れてしまいかねん。
When I organize my realizations by saying them out loud, I understand them further.
ポーレットには助けとなる手が必要なんだ。
I honestly don't think I fit as the policy secretary. But at the same time, I don't want to see Paulette falling apart from all the weight on her shoulders.
僕の手でもしも構わなければ。
A determined voice interrupts me. Another step. Paulette comes closer to me again. Was she that backed into a corner? Why didn't she just seek help in a more direct fashion earlier? It must be due to her personality. Though if that's the case, that feels a little dangerous.
僕でよければこの手を貸そう。今の手よりはいくらか役に立つはずだ。
It rubs itself on my leg as if it thought I were calling to it. But Paulette isn't looking at Con. She's staring straight into my eyes.
ありがとうございます。お願いします。私、相鉄くんがいいんです。
Well, yeah, she doesn't want to fuck Con. She wants to fuck Sotetsu.
そうか。ならばそうしよう。
I mean, I thought she'd take another step forward, but Paulette stays where she is. An overwhelming stare and a distance of 2.5 paces. This is proof of how Paulette's terrible. This is proof of how Paulette's terrible at depending on others. I mean, look, you didn't need Paulette's route to tell me this, alright? But I get it. Look, if you choose Paulette first, I guess you could think that. But you could see it in the comment route that she had problems with the...
それで、具体的な観光振興についてなのだが。
Maybe I'm capping. It's been a while. If that's the case, there's no need for me to close in on the distance. Keeping the distance Paulette is most comfortable with is most appropriate in supporting her sanity. Still, I can't get used to it. Looking back, Hachiroku and Hibiki have zero distance in their personal space.
そうてつくん？
ああ、うん。観光振興についてだが、現状、解決すべき点はいくつもあるかと思う。
そうですね。まずは客車をなんとかしないと。
客車？
はい。客車はものすごく数が不足してるんです。
Most Maitetsu can only afford to keep and maintain the bare minimum number of passenger cars that are absolutely necessary. Naturally, it makes it more difficult for them to give up those passenger cars. When I hear it explained that way, it all seems very logical.
では、どうやって客車を入手するんだ？
8620の改修で、車両修理のスキルを持っている方たちと人脈ができましたから。
ああ、なるほど。修理しなければ使えない。そうした客車であれば、入手可能かもしれんのか。
はい。ですから私、廃客車を譲ってくれる前鉄さんがいないか、当たってみたいと思います。
ならば、その件はよろしく頼む。
That truly is something only Paulette can do. And it is a unique solution to the passenger car problem that we have not seen in Hibiki's or Hachiroku's route. Working my way outward is my new job starting today.
で、客車を入手したとして、そこから先の観光振興にプランはあるのか？
え？
She has the expression as if she has no idea what I just said. I don't think it was that difficult of a question. Paulette then makes a face as if she's just realized it.
もちろん整備だけじゃなく、再塗装して、内装もできるだけ観光客車にふさわしいものに。
いや、さらに先だ。
さらに先って。
8620が観光列車として営業運転を開始する。その先、それをどのようにして観光振興につなげるのだ？
だって。
Paulette's hands move in a confused manner. Thinking she's playing with him, Con follows her hands.
8620が走ったら、それに乗りたい人がわーっと。
Wait. Yeah, so Con is a him. Then why if Sotetsu knows that Con is a him, then why does he keep referring to him as it? Unless the him was a typo. And I mean, I would make sense because that's the first time they've actually referred to Con with the pronoun.
ポーレット、例えばだ。遠くマイナーな温泉地に非常に貴重でクラシカルなガソリン自動車があるとして。
あるとして。
それに試乗させてもらえるとしたら、行くか。遠くのマイナーな温泉地にわざわざ。
行きませんけど。だって自動車に興味ないですし。
Neither are the people who made this visual novel.
そう、それだ。今のその気持ち。その気持ちの自動車が世間一般の鉄道だ。
その気持ちって、この気持ち？自動車が鉄道って、あ！
She's surprised. She must have understood, but I can't let my guard down yet. I'll have to explain this to her until the very last word.
世間一般の人間は遠くマイナーな温泉地にまでわざわざ蒸気機関車に乗りには来ないのだ。
それは、そうですね。私、周りの人も結構鉄道好きばっかりで。
We get it. You lived in a bubble.
しかし、例えば草津温泉に SL が走っていれば、当時がてらにそれに乗るという人は多かろう。うん。故にその先、あるいはその他が必要なのだ。
I already found one hole that needs to be filled.
マイナーな温泉地から一歩を踏み出すお人よの魅力、それをどう周知していくか、僕らは考えねばならん。ということで、皆のアイディアをもらえないかと考えた。
The usual faces are at the rail shop. By Paulette's request, Makuda is also present. This is like this is Hibiki's reaction after she realized she wasn't picked. But no one's bringing up any usable ideas, usable ideas. Hachiroku and Hibiki both seem to wearing particular expressions. Both seem to be wearing particular expressions. Yeah, that's because Hachiroku and Hibiki realized they weren't picked.
8620の活用についてだ。何か希望などはないのか？
私のお仕事、本文は整備し走らせるところまでですし。
Hachiroku stops there and then stares at Paulette.
ましてお人よのことを私は詳しく知りません。
それもそうか。
That sounds right. Ran is also nodding profusely. The main duty of a rail lord lies on top of the train tracks. So now I ask Hibiki.
響はお人よに詳しかろう。地元で、しかも看板書きで密接に関わっている。
それは、どこで買い物するとか遊ぶとかなら知ってますけど。
Hibiki's line of sight turns to Paulette, but only for a brief moment. Listen, Hibiki can provide very good information when it comes to where to play or go shopping. Alright? Because like I don't think Hachiroku would know that much about those sorts of information, right? I assume. She's a rail lord. The only thing she should care about are where the stations are, right? And maybe act like a semi-tour guide or whatever.
地元だとかえって観光のこととか気にしませんし。ここにいるばい！お人よが地元で観光に詳しいナギ様が！
心強いな。ならばナギ様、教えてくれ。
お人よの観光は熊川下りで決まりばい！熊川下りを全面に押し出して宣伝するばい！それはもうやってるんだよ、ナギちゃん。やってて、どんどん観光客さん減ってるの。
Mikami clearly soothes Nagi. Possibly from the sad atmosphere, Nagi becomes quiet. Paulette sighs and then tries to follow up by agreeing.
温泉と熊川下りと熊焼酎、それでずっと観光 PR はしてるんですけど。
その3つには間違いのない魅力がある。
Yeah, and if hang on, what was it called again? Yeah, if Kuma Shochu isn't bringing in any tourists, then you know you fucked. then nothing will. Never mind. What's more lucrative than alcohol? Never mind. When I state it as a fact, everyone nods.
ならば、PR が足りないか。PR の仕方が悪いかだ。
Everyone also agrees with that, but no one has any opinion beyond that. I'm left without a choice. I didn't want to depend on her, if possible.
枕姉はどうだろう。
In this rare instance, Makoto hesitates. She looks at me, then Paulette, then Hibiki and Hachidoku. Right, yeah, the three girls from that have main routes. She has a bit of a troubled smile and shrugs ever so slightly.
ひーちゃんと86ちゃんは意見なんにもなかと
Being called out by Makoto, the two of them twitch nervously. They exchange troubled looks. Reluctant, Hachiroku finally speaks. Slackly.
今のところはございません。相鉄様のご判断なら尊重いたしたく思います。
Decision? That word isn't right for this time and place, yet Hibiki also nods for some reason. That's because the decision they're talking about is is the decision of picking Paulette over Hibiki and Hachidoku. Never mind. Oh, that's right. To Hachidoku and Hibiki, it seems that I chose Paulette over them. See, that's what I mean. That's literally what happened. Looking at it from another perspective, it seems that I didn't accept their suggestion. I thought I had chosen the best paths so that we could continue functioning as a team. But if Hibiki and Hachidoku feel that way, trying to simply talk it over will not bode well. If they respect my choice and want to watch over me, all I need to do is get results and prove that I chose correctly.
そうならそれで
Makoto makes a quick response and then turns over to me.
あんねそうちゃんうちも古いお人よの人間やけんよその人らに何が魅力的に見ゆるやはわからんね
ああ。
It's so simple.
なるほど。お人よに観光に来る者は、お人よの外の人間なのだな。
Correct. What do you mean? That's literally what a tourist is. There's not some revelation on, oh, now I know what the definition of a tourist means.
ああ、そうですよね。だったら、ここにいる中で、お人よのことをまだ知らないのは。
86ちゃんにレイナちゃん、ナビちゃんあたりは、人間とはきっと目線がずいぶん違うけんね。
Paulette's line of sight follows Makoto's words. Seeing Hachidoku and the others nod makes it seem like an accurate point. In that case,
僕が最も適任となるか。昔も今もほぼお人よの観光をした記憶がない。
look, honestly speaking, yes, Sotetsu would be the best choice. Because what's the best way to understand what a tourist would want to see the most? Is to have someone who is basically a fucking tourist. Which is Sotetsu. Back then, I wasn't in any mental state to enjoy touristy things. Now that I'm back, though, all I'm doing is working.
やあね。
Makuna nods deeply, as if to sigh.
けど、そうちゃん一人じゃ男視点でしか見れんばい。
Is Paulette the other choice?
なるほど。ならば、
Our eyes meet. Paulette's cheeks turn a rosy color. Of course, Paulette's the next choice. Seeing how motivated she is, it makes me want to invite her, despite knowing how busy she is.
ポーレットはどうだ？お人よの観光については。
実地の方は全然です、私も。お人よに来てから政治と鉄道のことばっかりで。
ならどうだ？僕と一緒に見てみんか。お人よの観光をどのように盛り立てていけばいいかを新しい視点で。
喜んで。
Is this the first time we've seen the bubbles overlap? The text, the character portrait circles or whatever they are.
もう、なぎちゃんってば。
Even though she looks like that, she's a boatman from the front lines. Ifukami's probably much stronger than she looks. Yes, both of them are. What? He's holding down Nagi by the mouth. That's probably not the best way to hold them back, but, you know, all the while trying to fight her way to freedom.
深見、どうした？
なぎちゃん、うち、寄ってから帰る約束してるだけです。
そうか。
ちょっと、それが待ちきれなかったみたいです。
そうか。長引かせては申し訳ないな。
Anyway, it's set. All that's left is to wait for Paulette to make time. Hatsudoku and Hibiki still look dissatisfied, but they should be fine. I'm sure they'll understand once we produce results.
ならば、ポーレット、今週のスケジュールをもらえるか。できるだけ早く動きたい。
すぐ持ってきます。
Paulette goes into the back, shuffling all the while. Rena looks to be enjoying herself. Hatsudoku and Hibiki, on the other hand, look unhappy. Where's Fukami and Nagi?
おい、深見。ナギの顔色が良くないぞ。
Uh-oh.
なぎちゃん、なぎちゃん。
Fukami killed Nagi. I can't believe this. Go down to the Ohitoyo Castle ruins, and you'll arrive at City Hall.
記憶にあるより、随分と近代化したのだな。
The Ohitoyo Castle ruins, and the Sanomaru ruins, where you can look out over all of Ohitoyo. I had the impression that it was an ordinary countryside town lost in time.
そうですね。梶屋町のあたりの他は古い建物をどんどん減っていってますし。
球磨川の流れは雄大で美しくはあるが、それのみでは観光客は呼べぬものか。
川は難しいんですかね。セーヌとかナイル、そのくらい有名じゃないと見に来てもらえないのかも。
Hearing that brings up a doubt in my mind.
セーヌは何故あれほどまでに有名なのだ。ナイルなら世界一長い川だからだろうが。
セーヌこそフランクそのもの。世界最高の芸術の都、パルイスの中心にして源だからですよ。
中心にして源。
はい。パルイスはもともと、セーヌの中州にある島から発展していったんです。
おう。
パルイスの発展とともに、あまたの詩が、歌が、そして絵画が生まれます。
And as if to recite a poem or sing a song herself, Paulette connects her words in a string. The bountifulness of her love for her other hometown can be seen. For her other hometown.
無数の芸術がセーヌをたたえ、セーヌは美しく流れ、その積み重ねがセーヌの名を高めたんだと思います。
芸術か。
Hibiki's face crosses my mind, and the art surely does impress me. That art surely does impress me. But I don't know if that impression is shared by the general public. And she's not a famous artist right now.
熊川がその例に倣うとしても、何百年の時が必要となってしまうか。
そうですよね。一朝一夕にはなかなか。
となると、なあ。
I think of something. What's important is not the length of art. It's being the world's best at something.
何か世界一は無理としても、日の本一はないかな。熊川なり、お人よなりに。
そうですよね。日の本一は明快な看板になりますよね。
うん。それはどんなに単純なものでもいいと思う。
We have the Kuma River, hot springs, and Kuma Shochu, and we're adding steam locomotives to the mix. We need one eye-catching billboard to connect them all, to create a synergistic effect. I mean, look, it's true, right? The only reason people would tour a place is to see something that they wouldn't be able to in where they live, right? So they're getting they're catching on to what tourists to the reason why people tour places. What? Yeah.
けど、統計的な面、数字面ではなかったように思います。
As expected from the current mayor, she answers quickly without even looking at the data.
ならば、歩いて見つけるしかない。一番可能性がありそうなのは、鍛冶屋町あたりか。
かもしれませんね。お人よで一番古い場所ですし。
ならば、向かおう。
Paulette and I walk side by side, without Reina in between, and without Hachiroku with us. We get it. It's like a date or something. We can walk naturally without having to match our stride to someone else's. Possibly because our strides are similar, it feels comfortable.
日曜だというのに、観光客の姿がほとんど見えないな。
But there are good and bad parts. For our pace to be quick. Being able to walk so smoothly is actually quite bad for a tourism spot.
人の数より、騎乗馬の数の方が多いくらいですね。
ああ。
What the fuck are they? I realize when she mentions it, there are these Kijiyuma toys scattered all over the street. These traditional woodworkings look like carp streamers with wheels. They come in all sizes and are charming in their own way.
騎乗馬もじっくり見れば可愛いものだが。
街中に散らばりすぎてるから、あっという間に見慣れちゃうんですよね。
That's true. I didn't quite notice that until she mentions it.
でも、キジ馬の数くらいには勝てないとダメですよね。いくら観光客さんがエアクラ移動してるって言っても。
You can't escape me. I heard that 1 millisecond of audio not being correct.
だよな。その影響も大きいのだよな。エアクラ交通は移動コストを激減させるから。
The effect was significant. Yep.
そうなんですよね。だから観光は滞在型より周遊型の方が圧倒的になっちゃって。
現状、宿泊地に選ばれるほどの強みを持たんお人よは、短時間の観光で通過されてしまう。というわけか。
有力な温泉地が多すぎるんですよ、九州。
しかし、この人通りを見る限り、短時間の観光スポットとしてもあまりに寂しいぞ。
Look, I'm sure Ohitoyo would be great for tourism. It's just the thing holding them back is advertising. Alright? Exactly like me. What?
それはきっとタイミングですよ。今はたまたま他の見どころに行っちゃってるんじゃないですか？
見どころ？
私も実際にはまだ行けてないとこが多いんですけど。
Paula opens up the illustrated map. It makes me happy seeing how prepared she is.
お人よ上司、球磨川下り八千所の他だと、右太一酒造元もそうですよね。
ああ、蔵の一部を見学コースとして開放しているとは聞くな。
Still, there are very few people who actually go. If Makoda's the guide, I'm sure there are a lot of people who enjoy seeing the brewery. Listen, I don't think they're going... I don't think they're going, just to see the brewery, alright?
お味噌、お醤油の鎌田さんも見学できるスポットですし、あと、ここ、山水園さんのお茶蔵。ここが、お人よで一番古い現存建造物とされてます。確か、築130年とか140年とか。
130 years. That's old, really. But it doesn't compare to the 2,000-year history of the ancient capital.
古い建物があまりないのは大戦の影響か？
もうあると思います。お人よは熊本市内みたいに直接の大空襲は受けてないですけど、それでも
戦災の傷跡から立ち上がるためか。
The damage most likely, the damages must not have been as bad as Okinawa. Still, Kyushu likely suffered quite a bit in its own right. To override it, in order to recover, I understand that feeling more than anyone.
歴史方面での日の本一は無理そうだな。が、見どころとあらば、とにもかくにも見てみよう。
そうですね。
We walk side by side again. The wind carries the smell of the Kuma River, giving us a comfortable feeling.
あ、そうてつくん。
お、人だかりだな。
That's rare. Both of us start to walk toward it. They're in school uniforms, so perhaps they're on a school trip. That's beyond the crowd. What's beyond the crowd? Some sort of shop stall?
おお、市長さん。あら、デート？
How scandalous.
デートじゃありません。残念ですけど。
Unfortunately, okay. You said that part out loud, Paulette. The middle-aged woman is very congenial.
こちらはポーレットのお知り合いか？
Yeah, I remember you. You were at the start of Hibiki's route. You made her the intro. You look. All I'm saying is that the start of Hibiki's route was very boring because of her.
はい。ご紹介させてくださいね。
Upon hearing Paulette with 3 T's say that, the middle-aged woman looks at me and smiles.
こちらは長山のり子さん。幽霊寺、永山寺のご住職の奥様です。
Yeah, and he's only relevant in Hachidoku's route. Maybe in Paulette's route. We haven't gotten far enough into it yet to determine. The Ghost Temple. Ah, that place is another tourist location. The word ghost is a bit too strong for me, so I always avoided that place.
はじめまして、長山です。君は8620の機関士さんよね。
はい。右田宗哲と申します。僕をご存知とは、見学会にご参加くださったんですか？
うん。私も鉄道が好きだから。
ああ、それでポーレットとお知り合いに。
And to that, Paula and Mrs. Nagayama both smile softly.
それでは、長山さんもマイ鉄なのですか？
うん。私はこれ。
While saying that, Mrs. Nagayama starts pouring some starchy liquid into a round hot plate. Some starchy hot liquid. She skillfully spreads it and drops some cream, bananas, and strawberry on top. When she wraps it up and stuffs it into some paper wrappers, she made a crepe. Fucking starchy liquid. It's some way to that's one way to describe crepe batter.
はーい、お待たせ。350円。
ありがとう。はい、350円ちょうどばい。
はーい、毎度ありがとうね。
After handing it over, the group of tourists, laugh happily as they walk away. They're speaking in Kumamoto dialect. That means they're not tourists. So don't call them tourists.
毎度ということは、地元の学園生なのですか？
うん、お得意さん。毎週来てくれてるわね。
ならば、毎週ここでクレープ屋を？
そうそう、その話だったわね。
Her hands move deftly as she makes 2 more crepes in the blink of an eye. One with strawberry sauce and the other white with chocolate.
私は強いて言うなら食べ鉄ね。自分で作る方がもっと好きだけど。
Eater enthusiast. She hands out both crepes, so I let Paulette choose first. Just as I thought, she reaches for the strawberry one, so I take the chocolate one.
食べ鉄とは。
列車に乗って駅弁やその土地の名産を食べることを主とするタイプの鉄道ファンね。
Okay. Hang on. First of all, BGM, put that down a bit. Nagayama, put you up 10%. I don't know why it took me so long to... But yeah, she's a bit too quiet, and the music's a bit too loud. Especially when she's speaking.
鉄も本当にいろいろですね。
If I had tried to pay for it, I had a feeling she'd refuse, so I gladly accepted her gift. I bring the crepe to my mouth, and a sweet fragrance goes up my nose and into my brain. Chew.
これは、実にうまいですね。僕はあまり甘いものを好んでは食べんのですが。
But this is really good. Honestly, how should I say this? The crepe itself is really good.
もちもちふわふわしてるのに、端だけ薄くパリッとしていて、いやー、これは実に。
I can feel myself smiling at how good this is. I know it's stupid, but I can't help it.
これこそ、まさに疑似馬ですな。
I didn't think Paulette would have that much of a reaction to his pun. The stupid joke must have gotten to her. Paulette tries to hold back laughter and pushes her face into her crepe.
ああ、すまん。
Thankfully, the damage was limited to just the tip of her nose. The damage. Okay, stop. I wiped the whipped cream with my finger. Paulette is not beating the allegations with this one. She's not on a date with Sotetsu? Yeah, tell that to the press. Paulette blushes suddenly. Hearing that teasing voice, I realize what I've just done.
ああ、すまん。気安すぎたな。妹がいたのでついつい。
いいえ、ありです。全然、来やすいの歓迎です。
Don't worry. Don't worry, Paulette. He just sees you as his sister. And considering what route I just finished, you can take that in a good way or a bad way.
そうか？ならばよかった。
やっぱりデートじゃないの。
No, it's scouting, I swear.
いいえ、そうじゃなくて。
なくって？
That fucking smug look. Paula just fidgets with her hands for a while. She's blushing bright red and can't seem to find the right words.
観光振興の看板を探していたのです。例えば、何か日の本一となるもの。
When I explain the situation in detail, she makes a sigh as if disappointed. This person is very candid, it seems. Then again, if she weren't like that, the wife of a monk wouldn't run a crepe shop in her spare time.
ないでしょ？日の本一。あったら歴代市長がとっくに看板にしてるわよ。
I mean, yeah. This place is like good at a lot of things, but they're not best at anything, right? They're like the jack of all trades of towns, of Japan towns, of Japanese towns.
ああ、それはそう。
They like have a really good brewery. They have a really good hot springs. They have really good historical landmarks or whatever, right? But they're never the best at any of them.
いや、
We might not have one right now, but yeah, the fucking train. They've got 8620.
長山さんはクレープ以外の料理もお得意なのですか？
Don't bring Nagayama into this, alright?
それはもう、だって長山さん、旧蹄鉄では食堂車勤務してらしたんですから。
ああ、本職の方だったのですか。
No wonder. It makes sense why the crepes taste so good. My hopes begin to inflate.
では、駅弁などにもお詳しい。
ああ、そう。それ、私もお願いしたいって思ってたんです。名物駅弁。
あ、任せてくれるなら歓迎。駅弁一度はやってみたいし。SL のでしょ？
はい、8620を主体とした観光列車の。
どんな観光列車にするの？どんな駅弁を作ればいいの？
細かなことはこれから詰めていきますが、作っていただきたい駅弁ならば決まっています。
And you can't make a yakitori, you can't make the passenger car yakitori, yakitori, yakiniku, they're basically the same thing. Just, the only difference is the meat. You can't make it a yakiniku's passenger car because that's Hachidoku's route. Mrs. Nagayama continues rolling out the crepe mix and takes a pastry bag with chocolate cream inside. She's using that as her memo pad. This person is quite an interesting one.
まずは、お人よらしいこと、その魅力を伝える駅弁であること。
お人よらしさ。
She writes up words with the pastry bag filled with chocolate cream. Kuma River, Shochu, water, ghosts. Nagayama is expressing herself with her writing.
そして、日の本一。
日の本一
Her writing with the chocolate cream stops. What is she writing on, though? Because it can't be a crepe, right? Because if it was a crepe, she'd either have some runny fucking batter as the memo pad, or she's cooking the crepe right now. Yes. This is the most important part. I'd rather have her write that in bold red letters with strawberry cream. That'd be pink letters, but sure.
日の本で一番、多くの人に食べられる駅弁を目指してください。
Oh, I was not paying attention to the bar at the bottom. Maitetsu.
なるほど。駅弁とはいいところに目をつけましたね。
The tea that Reverend Akai brews is always good. It must be the method, but the fragrance of the tea leaves seems tea leaves itself is second to none.
大廃線が訪れ、鉄道駅というもの自体が激減しても、駅弁は未だ愛され続けています。
Yokokawa's kettle rice, Nishi Akashi's octopus rice, Osha Manbe's crab rice, Hitachi Daigo's shamo rice. Look, just because I fucking know Japanese doesn't mean this isn't any easier to fucking pronounce. Izu Denshi Moda. Izu Denshi Denshi Moda's red bream rice. These station lunchboxes were of stations that are now defunct, but the lunchboxes themselves still live.
駅が滅びて、駅弁のみが生き残りますか。
But then, why are you still calling them fucking ekiben when there isn't fucking any eki to the bento?
駅弁にはそれほどの力があるのでしょうね。
But there is no station. It's just Ben, and no one wants to call their lunchboxes Ben.
テートだと駅弁フェアとかたくさんだって聞きますけど。
ああ、確かに。言われてみればそうだったかもしれん。
I never really wanted to go eat station lunchboxes myself. Even though I barely have any interest. When I see them at department stores, I do notice them.
もし仮に日の本一売れる駅弁を作れれば、そうしたフェアのすべてがお人よの宣伝になる。
His gentle voice compliments us. I feel a bit thankful since I had not even thought that far ahead.
生きた SL に乗って日の本一の駅弁を食べられる。僕はそれが叶えば観光資源になると思っただけでした。
確かに観光資源の有力な一つになりそうですね。
はい。
Is saying one of sounds to me like it sounds to me like it on its own isn't enough. His saying one of sounds to me like it on its own isn't enough. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was confused. Either way, we have a start with the station lunchboxes. If we don't plant our feet on the first step, we'll go astray for the next.
お人よらしい駅弁を、と考えています。それで、奇獣馬についてご教示いただきたくお邪魔いたしました。
おや、その話をどなたから？
長山夫人、永山寺のご住職の奥様からです。
ああ、雲山さんの奥さんですか。
Reverend Akai nods, and then picks up his teacup to drink.
でしたら、納得です。この社と木地師との縁は広く知られていませんから。
記事師って？
And Paulette doesn't have such a wide knowledge of Japan. Reverend Akai ignores that question and turns to me instead.
相鉄くんはご存知ですか？
木工の技術を持った流浪の職人でしたか。良質の木材を得るため、定住せず、森から森を渡り歩く。
良い答えです。辞書を引けばおそらく、そのようなことが書いてありましょうかね。
She raises her hand slightly. Reverend Akai nods to her, and Paulette asks in a bashful way.
間違っていたら恥ずかしいんですけど、その記事師さんが作った馬で記事馬なんですか？
おう。
I see. I hadn't considered that. Not having the knowledge of something also means you don't have any preconceived notions.
そういう説もあります。
Reverend Akai stands up and brings a couple of wooden toys from decorated chests to Kiji Uma's.
わあ、かわいい！
木地師由来とも言われる日の本各地の民芸品です。昔は子供に与えられたおもちゃだったのでしょう。
Whale Kuruma, Dog Kuruma, Sea Bream Kuruma, Quail Kuruma. What? It's not Kuruma. Wait, yeah, it is Kuruma. They all had something similar to the Kiji Uma. The fuck is that name? Thanks for following ASAEQFGWYEVVE. I think I just summoned a fucking demon or something.
同じような構造なのになぜ奇獣馬だけ車ではなく馬と呼ばれるのでしょうか。
それにはいくつかの説があります。まず、キジ車がキジ馬となまったというもの。
記事車、記事車、記事馬、記事馬。まあ、あるかもと言われればそうかもですが。
This shit is like very Japanese focused. And like, if you don't know shit about Japanese, you can't follow what the fuck is going on. Like me, I know some things. It does not help in this situation. I swear that username must have been randomly pressing keys on the keyboard. Yeah. So I'm a bit sus about the person behind the account. But you know, until they start advertising some bullshit like Streambot website or whatever, they'll be fine. It'll be fine.
次に、キジ馬は単なる馬車であるという説。それがキジにも見えたゆえ、キジ馬車からキジ馬に。
でも、それだとやっぱり 生地車になるんじゃ、他の車たちも生地師さんが作ってるんですよね。
Like, all I'm saying is with this section, I would dread to be the fucking translator I'm trying to translate this part to make it palatable for a Western audience. And look, all I'm saying is, I wouldn't be surprised if they just gave up and then just directly translated it, right? Paulette and I are both not convinced. Reverend Akai smiles at us and then nods.
もう一つ興味深い説もあります。生地馬は生地師があえて残した足跡であるというものです。
あえて残した。ということは、生地師たちが訪れた場所場所に生地馬を伝えていったのですか？
あくまで一説、異説ですが。
The Reverend stands up and brings another wooden toy that looks like a Kijiuma. Although supposedly a Kijiuma, it looks extremely plain and resembles a horse more than anything.
九州の各所にもこうした生地馬が伝わっているのをご存知ですか？
Their Twitch page literally looks like the default new page. Interesting. I mean, look. Let me see. Actually, I can do this. Slash user. This one. I think this works. Yeah, literally, account created 1 hour ago. So, you know, all I'm saying is that I don't think they're a real person.
いえ、僕は知りません。
福岡にもあるっていうことは聞いたことあります。
よくご存知ですね。他には大分、鹿児島、佐賀などにも見られます。
おお、九州の半分以上ではないですか。
That's an interesting story, but
ならば、お人よの特産としては売りが弱くなりますか。
bot accounts can follow random Twitch streamers now. I mean, yeah, they probably sorted from like lowest viewing. So yeah, but the funny part is that it says their account was suspended like an hour ago, even though they just followed 5 minutes ago. So something isn't adding up.
いえいえ、お人よほどに古い生地馬が数多く残っている土地はありません。
Reverend Akai leans forward at me ever so slightly.
生地師は森林職能者であると同時に、山岳信仰における宗教職能者でもありました。
山岳信仰？
山そのものや山に連なる自然を神格とする信仰だ。
あ、神道八百万？
講義にとれば確かに。が、山岳信仰の信仰対象は山と、それに連なる自然たちに特化しています。
Paulette's somewhat confused. It would be better to go in order one by one.
山岳信仰の宗教者であれば、山伏がよく知られている。映像を見たことはないか？ホラ貝を持って、白装束で。
あ、山伏はわかります。あの人たちが山岳信仰の人？
そうですね。山伏は山中の修験、修行をもって山と一体化し、悟りを得ることを目的とする信仰者です。
はい。
片や木地師は山や森といった自然を下ろすよりしろ、すなわち面を作ることにより信仰を示しました。
面ですか。それは、仏師が仏像を作るようなものでしょうか。
そうですね。そうして作られた面は祈祷の対象として、あるいは舞に、あるいは呪術に用いられたそうです。
なるほど。
It seems to connect.
ひょっとして赤い阿蘇神社の特徴である鬼面作りというのは。
ご存知でしたか。その通りです。
A satisfied nod.
あの鬼面は木地師によって奉納されたものだそうです。この社は木地師たちの社だったのかもしれません。
だからお人よという土地にも多くの古い木地馬が残されているのですか。
かもしれませんね。
This is quite interesting. We should definitely make one of the station lunchbox make one of the station lunchbox motifs, the Kiji Uma. We could use paper wrappers with that design, and then put some sort of text describing the connection between Kiji Uma and Ohitoyo on it.
ポーレット、これは素晴らしい話をお伺いさせていただいたな。
本当に。
Paulette's cheeks are flush. Her voice is a bit tense.
宮司さん。つかぬことをお尋ねしますけど、その辺に関する資料などはありますか？
奉納の記録なら古い邦画帳に残っております。ネギの日記などにも関連の記述がありましたね。確か。
でしたら、赤い阿蘇神社、私、前から思ってたんですけど。
She swallows to prepare what she's about to say.
有形文化財指定の推薦、行わせていただいてもよろしいでしょうか？
文化財指定。
She surprises me, though she is the mayor, after all. Though she is the mayor, after all. That is an idea I hadn't even thought of. If we could obtain the cultural property designation, Akai Aso Shrine, and the rest of Ohitoyo would gain much more fame.
いや、確かにこの社は歴史ある建造物ではありますが。
文化的な価値、ものすごく高いです。
She declares, this is Paulette we're talking about.
さっき見た、たくさんのなんとか車って、日の本全土に散っているものなんですよね。
それはそうですが。
なら、そうしたものが残っている土地も含めて調査すれば、木地師たちの技術の変遷や流れがきっと明らかになる。
木地師文化と、その集積地としてのお人よ、赤い阿蘇神社。
An impressed murmur followed by a nod.
ここと木地師とのつながりはあまり知られていないと先ほど宮司さんはおっしゃってましたよね。
ええ。
それは、つまりは誰も調査していないということ。知らず埋もれさせてしまうのは良くないです、これ。
良くないとは、学術的な意味ででしょうか。
その通りです。
Calmness returns to her voice. Her words of excitement are being thoroughly examined.
今日ある資料が明日には焼却されるかもしれない。歴史や文化の記録調査は時間との争いですから。
なるほど。
Reverend Akai nods deeply. Why is there a period between nods and deeply? He keeps his head down and then turns to Paulette while maintaining the position. He then bows to Paulette. Well, he was bowing before, but sure.
もう開かれた心持ちです。
But Paulette looks confused.
もう開かれた？
It means to be ridden of ignorance. But it'd be rude of me to consider Reverend Akai ignorant.
良いことに気づかせてもらった。と解釈しておけば良いと思う。
そんな、とんでもないです。けど、それなら。
ええ。文化財指定の推薦の件、こちらからお願いいたしたく思います。
明日にでも文化財課から担当者を送るよう手配します。
よろしくお願いいたします。あと、そうだ。
Reverend Akai suddenly turns to me.
古い資料でしたら、タイトさんにお譲りしたものもあります。
タイトさんにですか？
ええ。あの方は、お人よと鉄道とを愛しておられた。その二つを復活させるため、手を尽くしておられた。
はい。
I nod deeply. I know that better than anyone here.
記事史関係のものがまだ右手に残っていれば、きっと何かの助けになるでしょう。
Oh shit, it's candlelight. Hello. I'm doing fine.
タイトさんの蔵書の中に、なら、まだあるかもしれません。
It's been a while since I've seen you in my chat.
それは何よりです。
ありがとうございます。
I bow, and it makes me realize how funny my ignorance is. The saying darkest under the lamppost goes too well here.
言われてみればあの蔵書。資料群こそヒントの山だ。気づかなかった自分がいささか恥ずかしくあります。
私もです。あの資料群なら前にも見せていただいてるのに。
I turn around and our eyes meet, and our eyes met. Our voices also overlap at almost the same time. I rarely appear on Twitch, been busy with stuff IRL. Damn. So I haven't even been able to watch Sweetly's streams.
もう開かれた心持ちです。
もう開かれた心持ちです。
The room next to the one I was given, Taito's collection, and other materials are stuffed in that room. Nope. Well, that's unfortunate. A real shame. Paulette, Rena, and me, the three of us, have been holed up in here for 4 hours already.
結構あるものだな。
This is the 11th book, including the one with the traditional Japanese binding. And then there are another 6 documents. I glance at Paulette to see her looking intently at a scroll next to a small mountain of books. Since she's looking inside, she must have finished her search for now. Oldest following, oldest viewer, I don't know. She did say that she was good at repetitive tasks. I still haven't checked even half of the parts I'm responsible for. It must have noticed my gaze. Paulette looks up and rolls up the scroll.
そうてつくんもそんなにですか？ここの資料、本当にすごい量ですね。
ああ。
I was intent on helping Paulette, but I'm just wasting her time. I feel a bit sorry, but the negative feeling dissipates when I see her smile.
これだけあれば、 きっと調査にも本腰を入れてもらえるって思います。
She sounds and looks super happy. So much so that I'm able to get in touch with my own motivation again. I move my idle hands, which in turn allows me to talk smoother.
しかし、文化財指定というアイディアには驚いた。
そんな、前々から役所で出ていただけのお話です。
そうした話をあのタイミングで切り出せるのも実力だ。
Reverend Takai has a very conservative personality. If we told him that it was for tourism or advertisement, he would have flat out refused.
お人よのこと、文化のこと。普段から興味を持たぬものでは、ああいう話は出てこない。
I'm super tired today, SMH. I'm super tired every day, so, you know, I relate.
そんな、私、ただ、鉄道が好きなだけですから。
いや、それは知っているが。
Her love of the railway and her knowledge and interest in culture. That doesn't connect in my mind, and I also think I misheard her there.
私、ただただ鉄道が好きで、鉄道旅行が好きで、日の本のことも好きで、もっともっと知りたくて。
I almost think I misheard her there. Yeah. I feel the same. No, I feel an even stronger passion in her voice than when she talked about the Seine.
だから、土地と土地とのつながりとか、そういうことにも、自然と興味を持つようになっただけのことなんです。
なるほど。少し理解できたように思う。
Looking at it now, it makes me high-minded too. I honestly want to learn from her virtues.
ポーレットは学級肌であるのだな。興味あることを突き詰めていくのが好きなのだ。
学級肌なんて、そんないいものじゃないですよ。好きなこと、もっと知りたくなるの、普通だと思うし。
I hear a small swallowing sound.
その好きが、私多分しつこいんです。長く続くっていうか、ずっと飽きない。それだけです。
一途であり、愚直であることは、何かをなすために、おそらく大事なことだろう。
It's something that Taito also had. His fortune and that he diligently built is now helping us greatly.
僕などは簡単に意見を変えてしまうからな。ポーレットの言うしつこさが少し眩しい。
相鉄くんは、だから強いんですよ。
ん？
An unexpected word makes me turn my head. Paulette's blue eyes are also looking at me.
固執しないで、間違っていると確信したら、すぐやめる。どんなに強い痛みでも、それを恨みに固まらせない。
My heart jumps. Those eyes and words seem to drag me into the past. They overlap with a precious memory in my past.
相鉄くんが変えるのは、意見ではなく、過ちです。
ポーレット。
Fuck. Thank you.
相鉄くんが変えるのは、意見ではなく、過ちです。私には、だから相鉄くんの強さが、眩しい。
I don't know where that evaluation came from. Does Paulette know my past self? Who knows? I should have just asked, but the words refused to come out of my mouth.
どうしました？相鉄くん。
Fearing is meaningless. Whether or not Paulette knows my past, it doesn't affect what we've done now. What we're doing now. At least, I don't think so.
ポーレット、
That's why I tear out those words, so that I can turn toward what I must.
僕は君に聞きたいことが一つ。
ポーレット、ちょっといいですか？
Saved by the Rainer.
レイナ、どうしたの？
Deep in the room, Rainer's voice snaps us out of it. Our focus should be turned to the books and materials right now. Why did we lose sight of something so simple? I didn't even have a good command of myself.
レイナ、面白いものを見つけちゃいました。なに？
Paulette turns around and then heads to the back where Raina is. It's no surprise. We're looking for the Kichishi, Kijiuma, and Ohitoyo. Raina's looking for anything railway related.
ですね、これ地図って書いてあるんですけど。
Raina comes over with light footsteps. She spreads out her arms to show us.
ほう、古地図か。お人よの、いや、もっと広域のものか。
大正の頃のものでしょうかね。蹄鉄湯の井線って、ほら、ここ。
大廃線の遥か以前か。ああ、鉄道路線は九州を網羅していたのだな。
Saga Nagasaki, Kumamoto, Kagoshima, Miyazaki, Oita. Every place was accessible by railway. The unbroken black and white lines show the glory of the old days.
ですね。それで、これなんです。
Raina points at a single section with some familiar words.
術船動液。そうか、この頃にはまだ廃液ではないのだな。
あれ？これ。
Paulette and Raina both look each other in the eye. Her blue eyes then turn to me. I don't understand what there was to get.
何かだ。
この線です。
Now that she mentions it, there is a line going from the Jutsusen coal mine station above the Jutsusen cave text, and then to a map symbol of a mine. The line resembles a suture, which I think is
私鉄か、これは。
はい、その可能性が極めて高いと思います。
きっと鉱山鉄道ですよ。
鉱山鉄道。
When I repeat what she said, Rena jumps up as if to affirm it.
はい、いいですよね。レイナ、そこでも走ってみたかったです。
走る。どうなのだ。できるのか。例えば実際にキハレイナで。
A blank stare. She then shakes her head as if apologizing.
もうとっくの昔に廃線されてますよ。術船炭鉱廃液の近くにそんな設備は。
近くになくても奥ならどうだ。術船炭鉱までにレールは残ってないのか。
それは私にはわかりません。
ならば、いや、その前に。
I crouched down to match my line of sight with Raina's. I'll have to confirm this or else it'll all go to waste.
鉱山鉄道というものはレールの幅が異なっていたりするものなのか。
普通はわざわざゲージを変えたりしませんよ。その方がいろいろ便利ですから。
だよな。
Bullet's voice. It seems to be a mix of astonishment and happiness.
ひょっとして相鉄くん、伏線を考えているんですか？
レールの幅が同じであれば乗り入れなどもできるようになるんだよな。
はい。もしも線路が状態よく残ってれば、そことつなげてポイント整備するだけですから。
状態よく残っていればどうかな、面白いのではないかと考えている。
Tracks are made of high quality iron. Someone may have already stolen them. What? The aircraft can't function around the Jutsusen coal mine. I already figured. We found out. We knew about that from the common route. Yeah. But with the railways defunct, it'd be extremely difficult to take them. That's why I have a feeling the forest still has them.
例えば体験採掘できる炭鉱などとして観光振興の一つと持っていくのはどうだろう。
Who the fuck is gonna steal some big fuck off like road tracks?
いいと思います。少しでも石炭取れたら、86ちゃんのご飯の助けにもなりますし。
A playful smile paints her face while she nods deeply.
それより何より、今時鉄道で鉱山まで行けるのって、どうかな。鉄道に興味ない人にも面白い？
And even if you do steal the tracks, how are you gonna sell it off?
僕は面白そうだと感じているが。
Bullet suddenly becomes worried. Influenced by her worry, timidness overtakes the tone of my voice. It's true that I've become much more knowledgeable of the railways in a short span of time, thereby increasing my interest in them.
そこは相談をしてみよう。響や深見、枕ねえあたりの意見は参考になろう。
はい、そうですよね。
Bullet pats Raina on the head to congratulate her on the find. Bullet quickly starts gathering the materials she found.
なら、スケジュールを確認しましょう。打ち合わせ、できるだけ早い方がいいと思います。
うん。
It's the living room, but also our biggest room. Even with so many people here, the room doesn't feel cramped the slightest.
赤い阿蘇神社の文化財指定に。
It doesn't feel that small because 4 people out of the 7 are fucking under 5 foot.
鉱山鉄道の伏線、それに名物駅弁ですか。
Hibiki and Hachidoku sound both dumbfounded and impressed.
この短期間によくもこれほどの案を。
ホーレットさんも兄さんも忙しいに決まってるのに。
いや、心配ない。僕はむしろ充実している。
私もです。
The cheerful voice of hers worries me. I had no idea how Paulette's energy level is. But I can confirm that later. I can just confirm that later. Time's valuable for everyone.
今日はその辺のことを相談したく、みんなに集まってもらったのだ。
Time clearly is invaluable to me, considering it takes me like 3x the average time to get through a visual novel.
赤い阿蘇神社のことは 宮司さんと役所の担当者とで、基本あとは進めてもらえると思います。
駅弁については、試作、試食を繰り返し、ベストな形を模索していきたく思う。
Hachiroku nods to what I say and stares back at me with a determined look.
でしたら、ご相談の主眼は、鉱山鉄道についてでしょうか。
うん。術戦炭鉱跡の周辺に、そうした何かが残っていないか、誰かもしも。
炭鉱の後なら、学園の遠足で行ったわい。
ほう。
Nagi's good at these situations. She jumps in and grabs right into the main point of the conversation, keeping the discussion going.
遠くて汚くてたくさん歩いて汚れとったばい。
そんなにか。
When I take apart the when I take apart the factors of what Nagi's saying, it is Jutsen coal mine equals far plus dirty x2 times 2. As if to prove that, Fukami adds in her own view.
みんなの評判は良くなかったです。熊川下りの方がマシって言ってましたです。
マシか。随分と辛辣な評価だな。
でも、それでもちょっとは嬉しかったかな。
Fukami smiles a bit. I honestly don't know what to say to her.
その時、鉄道設備とか線路とか何か残ってたりしたの気づかなかった？
もう気づかんかったばい。
That's probably because you weren't paying attention to the railways. Nagi changes the atmosphere instantly. Fukami also joins in.
でも、その頃私たち、鉄道とか興味ゼロでしたから。
What did I just say?
うん。響はどうだ？学園行事ということなら。
私も行きました。小東部の時の遠足で。けど、そんなに汚くはなかったですよ。
ほう。
There's only a few years difference between Hibiki's hike and the one Nagi and Fukami are talking about. She's the daughter of a brewer, and she likes to clean. It's impossible for Hibiki to just ignore dirtiness. Then there can only be one conclusion. The Jutsusen coal mine is deteriorating rapidly.
遠いのは遠かったです。小東部だったのもあるけど、3時間くらい入り口までかかりました。
どこからだ？
それは術戦炭鉱の廃駅前からです。遠足の時だけは臨時停車することになってて。私も線路跡とかそういうのは気づきませんでした。街がすごいなって、それが一番の印象です。
街？
術戦炭鉱のあたりには宿舎がいっぱい建っとったんよ。さぞや栄えとったんろうね。
Makura gives a helping hand.
枕姉も遠足で？
うん。その頃にはもうゴーストタウン。大きな建物に木が食い込むようになっとって。そう
なの、街が森に飲まれるみたいで。に後でスケッチブック見せてあげる
ばい。うん、頼む。
If Hibiki was moved by the sight of it, the place must have been interesting.
今は滅びてしまった町か。かつては甲府さんたちの暮らしがあった。
鉱山鉄道は甲府さんたちも運ぶのです。
Brandis says that proudly, and with a hint of nostalgia.
トロッコでやってきた石炭を貨車に積んで、 コウフさんたちを乗せたキハ07で引っ張っていくんです。
トロッコ。そうか。鉱山ならトロッコもあるのか。
絶対あるですよ。レイナ、トロッコも運転してみたいのです。
確かに、あれは面白そうだな。
There should be many different kinds of kinds to boot. The kind that moves awkwardly where you push a stick. You'd think there'd be a significant number of people who'd want to try that out, like Reina.
ゴーストタウンにトロッコ。それに、鉱山そのものか。
No, hold on. Before I let my ideas get ahead of me, I had to confirm this with Makuda.
それで、枕姉は鉄道関連設備などは
As if she were waiting for it, a big grin takes over her face.
男の子らが騒いどったね。トロッコがどうこう言うとったばい。
おお。
うちらの時にはなかったわい。そぎゃ大昔の。
Mikami grabs Nagi and covers her mouth. Uh-oh. The last time she did that, Nagi almost fucking died.
なぎちゃん、そう、大昔でってお友達に頼んでて。
Mikami, I don't think that covers anything. Makoda's still grinning. Suddenly makes a bit more, looks a bit more ominous.
その、だな。
Proceed with caution. I try to change the direction of the discussion immediately.
宿舎がいっぱいというほどの規模なら、術戦炭鉱は産出量に恵まれていたのかな。
いう話よ。九州一の炭鉱とまで歌われとったとか。大昔には。
Mikami twitches in fear. Makoda giggles at the sight of that, and her smile softens to a more natural kind.
見てみて損はなかとよ。
そうか、ありがとう。聞かせてもらった話、とても参考になった。
I bow to Makoda and everyone else. I straighten my posture, noticing Hibiki looking uncomfortable for some reason.
行くんですか兄さん。術戦炭鉱跡の調査に。
まあな。百聞は一見にしかずと言うし。
ポーレットさんも
私も行きたいって思ってます。その方がいろいろ早いって思いますし。
だな。
Well, it's a treasure trove of knowledge regarding governance, tourism, and railways. I've learned about pollution regarding coal as well. I think the two of us would be able to research something, somewhat well.
けど、一日仕事になっちゃいますよ。エアクラ使えないなら、ナビもフォローできませんし。そう。
ああ、そうか。
I now understand what Hibiki meant.
議会のない日にも、キハ07は走るのだったな。
We can't let the train not run. However, if we can shorten the investigation time...
そのようなこと、問題にもなりません。たやすく解決できるではないですか。
Hachiroku stands up briskly.
相鉄様、私をお使いください。
What?
ずること86！惜しかとこだけ！私も手伝うばい！
ああ、そうか。そうすれば。
機関助手として、響も仕上がりつつあります。非常ブレーキ操作程度は、すぐにも覚えてくれましょう。まったすぎゃんと偉そうに。
ポーレット、どうだ？
キハ 07S でしたら、もちろん基本的にはレイナ一人で運用できます。
Are you sure about that? Because she fucking likes to sleep. just like me, but, you know, I think her job is a lot more important than a fucking streamer.
うん。問題はアクシデントの発生時だが、
そこのフォローを響ちゃんと86ちゃんがしてくれるなら、普段よりむしろ安全かもしれません。
Normally, Paulette and Reina form this team.
謙遜はよせ。が、そうか。そうできるなら、そうしてもらえれば非常に助かる。
レイナは大歓迎ですよ。
As long as you don't sleep on the job, alright? The last time that happened, you almost crashed into a tree that fell on the tracks. That happened during the common route, right? Yeah.
私が言い出した話です。いなどあろうはずもございません。私も手伝う。手伝う。
Hibiki's telling herself that exactly how she has ever since we were kids. And maybe forcing her to do this is the thought that crosses my mind.
響、エアクラ工場誘致云々のこともある。もしも気乗りがしないなら。
気乗りとかは大丈夫です。ちょっと責任が重いから気合い入れてただけですよ。
そうか。しかし
もかかしもないんです、兄さん。
Hibiki holds up a finger to me. Just like she does when explaining her signboard drawings to the customers. Her face is ripe with confidence and pride.
私は兄さんの妹です。いいですか、兄さん。妹なんですよ。
うん。
Hibiki smiles innocently, but with a hint of sadness as well.
そこまで楽しそうな兄さんのこと見ちゃったら、妹は応援するしかなくなるんです。
Yeah. Maitetsu. Oh, I never would have guessed that's what they were going to say. Funk rattle rattle. We didn't have any time today. We didn't have any time. Today was the only free day on the schedule, so we've had to wing it and had a big days. And on a big day such as this at that. But things are going well. The train had a smooth start, and I felt no vibrations during acceleration.
制限50。制限50。よし。
よくありません。速度制限標識を目視すらせず、大間返しをすることに意味がありますか？
ごめん、慌てちゃって。
慌てる必要などありません。今なすべきは、ひたすらに前方注視のみです。
God damn it, Hibiki. Where's all the training in your route? It's almost like you forgot all about it. Not being used to the driver's stand of Kiha 7, she's now not the engineer, nor the engineer assistant, but the driver. She only needs to follow Hachidoku's instructions, but Hibiki is obviously nervous, and I don't blame her.
制限解除よし。制限解除よし。
そう、その調子です。
She fixed it in one shot. I knew Hibiki could do it. She has the careful eye of an artist. As long as she remains calm, she'll never miss any signs. Why did you moan? What? A sound that seems to release all tension. The source of that is Paulette, who's sitting next to me.
一安心か。
I hate that he says that after I called her gasp and moan.
いいえ。
Or sigh, I guess. In the next instant, her voice becomes tense again.
安心なんてできません。安心は常に事故のもとです。
Yeah, like the one where you almost crashed into a tree after Nagi chopped it down and it fell on the tracks. The regular driver is not on duty and will be stopping at the closed Jutsu-sen. I almost said Jutsu coal mine that normally is passed by. Like me, Paulette must have kept her eyes fixated on the driver's stand. But this isn't good. If she gets this tense right now and loses her concentration during the investigation, it'll all be for naught. I'll have to find some way to reduce her worries, and... Oh, that's right.
ポーレット、できれば響に術戦炭鉱駅への臨時停車の手本を見せてやってはくれぬか。
でも練習機会、この1回しかないんですよ。
That's a sharp observation. After this provincially scheduled train for the early morning, the next one will be the regular morning commute. As an opportunity to practice, this is actually the one and only chance.
私からもお願いします。
けど...
Hibiki's voice sounds off from the driver's stand as she maintains her view from the front. I knew this would happen, but Paulette still had a troubled look.
ポーレット、どうか手本を示してやってくれないか。なんとなれば、響は何を学ぼうとするときであれ。
A convinced sigh comes from the driver's stand.
響の場合は目で見て覚える方が早いですか？
その通りだ。
Despite knowing each other less than 2 months. Despite knowing each other for less than 2 months, Hachiroku has already realized that Hibiki's ability to learn is most honed when she watches and emulates another.
響がブレーキを操作する機会など、無論なければないに越したことはない。
But what if Rain is slow down? With her sleeping comes when Paulette is not there.
が、一度でもここで見ておけば、非常時の指示に対する響の理解が深くなる。
Hibiki nods. Although we can only see her back, I know that for sure.
そうあれば、定時の湯の井、お人よへの停車も、僕らを拾う夕方の臨時停車も、安全度はより高まろ
う。まさにこの1回しかないのです。響がポーレット様を見て学ぶ機会は。
わかりました。そういうことなら。
Paulette quietly stands up and walks over to the driver's stand.
まず蒸気機関車の逆転機に相当するものがこのシフトレバーだと思ってください。
When I look at it again, the driver's stand is very different from that of 8620. I didn't even know which one is the equivalent of the automatic and independent brake valves.
ギアを切り替えるときは運転台下このクラッチペダルを踏みます。
Paulette moves her leg and manipulates the shift lever with her right hand.
シフトを全身に入れました。これでクラッチをつなげばもう立行が始まります。
Ah, she's in her element. This is what an experienced professional looks like. When Paulette stands, the side view of her face is beautiful in that it's nearly unworldly. She has a commanding presence, but she also leaves a flexible, agile impression.
基本、レーナが処理落ちしたとしても、 86ちゃんの指示通りで全く問題ありません。
Hachiroku nods in a not so subtle way. I can see Hibiki's shoulders move as she breathes a sigh of relief.
けれど、ものすごく低い確率で、響ちゃんが自分の判断でブレーキをかけるケースもありえます。
That's true. We hadn't considered that at all. There's always a slight possibility that Reina could slow down and Hachiroku could be caught in some accident at the same time.
そういう時は、迷わず、慌てず、こうしてください。
She returns the handle resembling the notch and cuts the clutch to shift off. She then applies the brake handle. The pressure applied to the brakes will gradually slow down the train, eventually bringing it to a complete stop.
なんでここ駅でも廃駅でもなんでもないのに。
非常時にはこれをやればいいというお手本です。
Hachiroku's tone of voice shows she's impressed to no end.
私たちが乗っている以上、8620は走行しない。この全線が、キハ07の閉塞、占有区間となるのですから。
停止をしたら、手ブレーキもかけてください。
Bullet's hand starts spinning a metal ring that looks like a steering wheel.
これで安全に停車できてますから、電話で早瀬さん、もしくは枕さんに救援を求めてください。
Hayase refers to Fukami's grandfather, Seki, naturally. He can bring out a gasoline automobile, and Makoto can probably think of the best way to deal with whatever situation.
でも電波の届かないところだったら？
よほどの悪天候でもない限り、湯ノ井線沿線で電波が通じないのは、術線炭鉱廃駅付近だけです。
Today the weather's nice and sunny. Through the window, I don't see a single cloud in the sky. There may be some sudden evening showers, but there shouldn't be any major changes in weather over just a few hours' time.
つまりその場合、術線炭鉱廃駅付近での非常停車時には、響が廃駅まで歩けばいいだけの話になるのか。
はい、そこで待って、戻ってくる私たちと合流すれば、私の運転でお人よ駅まで持っていけますから。
Each and every stalemate. Each and every statement by Paulette unravels her worries. With every nod that Hibiki gives, her expression lightens up, though.
うん、わかった。わかりました。
If there's serious trouble, just stop. That way, you can secure your own safety. That direction is as clear as day. Hibiki, who's been tense, finally relaxes.
なら、お手本はこれでおしまいで大丈夫？
はい。ありがとうございました。
どういたしまして。
With a light smile, Paulette lets go of the numerous handles. Hibiki then goes to those handles in her place. Her tension's all gone. With just a short lesson, she's able to change Hibiki's mental state and posture. That's amazing. Hibiki can learn this well under a good teacher. The word well describes her perfectly. After confirming Reina's safety check, Hibiki holds up her hand.
出発進行。それじゃあ兄さん、ポーレットさん、気をつけて。
うん、 行ってくる。
響ちゃんも、どうか安全第一で。
She sounds off the typhoon, and drives away in the Kiha 7 after we get off.
さて、と。
Considering how much of a railway enthusiast Paulette is, I'd always wondered why she expressed little interest in this closed station. I'd had those doubts for a while, but now that I've seen the situation, the station building, I know the reason.
これが、術戦炭鉱廃液か。
If I had to describe it, it's unrefined, or rather, there's nothing here. There's the closed station building, but there's absolutely nothing around.
栄えてはいたのだろうがな。
Seeing that there's a closed parking lot, it must have functioned as part of the city for a while after the station was closed. The owner of the parking lot was already some supermarket. After that closed down, the people, the cars, and everything else also left.
配線跡、やっぱりこの辺にはありませんよね。
Her blue eyes look at the tracks of the Yunoi line and begin scanning for the ground.
フル地図だと、ヨノイ線と連絡、直接乗り入れしてた可能性、結構高そうに見えたんですけど。
配線跡というのは、どのように見つけるものなのだ？
私が好きなのは、生きてる鉄道ですから、あんまりよくはわからないんですけど。
Bullet points at the Yunoi mainline tracks while saying that.
連絡してたなら、その痕跡があるかなって。でも、それっぽいものは全然です。
ならば、連絡をしていなかった場合には？
その場合は、貨車からの荷下ろしとか、コンテナの積み替えとかをするための空間と設備。
I don't see any facilities of the sort, but there's more than enough space for that. There's so much space around here that I don't even know where to start.
あとはもちろん、線路の痕跡。多分、残ってる可能性が高いのは、バラストかなって思います。
バラストか。
If we don't see it nearby, then we'll have to do some legwork. According to the ones who hiked around here, it should be nearby. We should check out the ruins of the dormitories first.
大量に使うものだしな。完全に処理するのは確かに面倒そうだ。
はい。それと、レールや枕木は、再利用の価値が高いですから。
枕木？
Rails are made of iron. Of course, they're valued. They can be reused.
枕木をどう再利用するのだ？あれほど汚れてしまう木材なのに。
園芸の庭作りとかのアクセントにするんだそうです。
園芸に庭作り。
Not something I'm interested in, but I at least know that what they look like, and yet I still can't imagine it.
庭に線路でも敷くのか？
そういう人もいますよ。ミニ SL を自宅のお庭で走らせちゃうみたいな。
それは、なんともすごいな。
マイ鉄とは違う凄みですよね。車両も駅も線路も全部自分一人で作っちゃう。
You've heard of sushi train, now get ready for garden train.
なるほど。ならば、枕木も相当に使うのか。
I feel convinced, but pull it. Shakes her head.
それも多分そうですけど、でも違うんです。普通のお庭の枕木は、
うん。
そういうのじゃなくて、枕木は庭作りの資材に、敷石の代わりとか、ウッドデッキとか塀とかにするって。
ああ。うん。なんとなくイメージできてきたぞ。
I imagine cross ties lined up in an orderly fashion, used in place of pavement in a grassy garden. The rows of cross ties are buried at varying depths in order to make a fence of dead wood.
それは確かに、かなり雰囲気が良さそうだ。
ですよね。私もちょっと憧れちゃいます。
おう。ポーレットは園芸にも興味があるのか？
庭作りの方じゃなくって。
どうした？おっと。
Above the curvy slope, it appears suddenly. Damn.
これがみんなの言っていた。
Talk about overgrown. Also, new background alert. Background. Yeah.
ゴーストタウン。森に飲み込まれている街ですか？
I mean, I don't know what you expected, considering the main, how would I say, the main financial source of income, the main source of income was abandoned, or for whatever the fuck reasons. This is amazing. It makes me realize how truly powerful plants and nature are. Even when humanity builds a grand civilization, nature can just wait patiently for the right to fight back and win. Right.
宿舎だったんですよね、ここ。
うん。
こんなにたくさんの宿舎が必要なほど、多くの人がこの炭鉱で働いていたんですよね。
But like, why is the town abandoned or whatever?
ああ。
I see. That's it. This past, these remnants, they're the reflections of Ohitoyo's future.
それほどまでの隆盛を極め。しかし、石炭需要の低減により、無人の廃墟と化してしまった。
ゼロじゃありませんよね。エアクラにだって同じことが起きる可能性。
だな。
Before aircraft, you'll use trains and gas engine automobiles to get around. But now both of those things are struggling to stay relevant.
エアクラに勝る交通手段が誕生すれば、それはいずれエアクラを駆逐していくだろ
う。Look, I get Ohitoyo is like a small town, but it's crazy that we haven't seen any other like vehicles other than aircraft and trains. Like, there's not a single bus, there's not a single car. I don't even think I don't even remember a single fucking bicycle anywhere, right? Like, does everyone just walk around, and if they're not walking around, they're on a train or aircraft? Though that could be somewhere, that could be anywhere from 10 to 1,000 years from now. As long as humans continue to make technological advancements, the day will come when aircraft is irrelevant as well.
お人よにずっと暮らしている人たちは、この景色、絶対に知ってるはずなのに、どうして。
Why would they agree to bringing in the aircraft factory? She cuts herself off midway through her sentence, but I answer her question just the same.
規模があまりに大きすぎ、現実感を得られない。 この光景が日常の延長にあると、とても実感できんのだ。くだらぬ言葉遊びのようになってしまうが、例えば響には、この光景はまさに絵なのだ。響が特別なわけじゃない。僕も圧倒されてしまって、エアクラ工場のことと言われるまでは重ならなかった。
そうなんですね。だからみんな。
Oops. When the message gets across to her, it leads to a new understanding for Paulette. I knew it. Paulette's a natural politician. But even so, her talents and intuition aren't currently being utilized to the fullest extent in governance, or with the railways. And this time, surely she won't retire. I mean, with yeah. Surely she'll stay mayor throughout the whole route, right? Her understanding and ability to see what's in front of her is without question, and yet when it comes to the unknown, she struggles.
みんなとポーレットとの感じ方の違い。それこそおそらくリーダーの資質というものだ。
私そんな。
響の目はこの光景に美を見出した。ポーレットの目はこの光景に教訓を見た。
They both physically saw the same thing at the same location, but ultimately saw very different things in it. A person sees that which they're most adept at.
その教訓は他のものには見出しがたい。ならば、それこそポーレットの持つ資質なのだ。
けど、もしもそうだとしても。
An ominous glint shines deep inside of her blue eyes. I think that's the first time I've seen her. I've seen such a thing from her. As if to melt all that away, Paulette faces the sky.
私が見つけた教訓に、誰も耳を傾けてくれないなら。
伝わらないのは単に伝え方の問題だろう。それを一緒に改善していけばいいだけだ。
As if being struck by lightning, Paulette's eyes widen. She turns bright red, and then stares at me.
かつて響の絵によって赤は赤いと教えてもらったことがある。
When I describe my experience to her, Paulette starts nodding.
この件は直接的にエアクラ工場誘致に関わる問題だ。響が知恵を貸してくれるかはわからん。が、
私頑張れます。相鉄くんが一緒なら、伝え方、伝わるように、どんなにだって工夫します。
うん。
Even without the full support of Hibiki, Akuda, Nagi, and Fukami full support of Hibiki, Makoto. Even without the full support of Hibiki, Makoto, Nagi, and Fukami are there for us. What? If we can move Hibiki's heart with our message. Oh, right. This is Hibiki's still not on our side, I guess. The sentence makes more sense that way. If we can move Hibiki's heart with our message, I'm sure it can move everyone else.
ならば、できることからやろう。今日はカメラを持ってきているのだよな。
I don't think it's Hibiki's heart that you need to worry about, alright? Because she can be easily swayed by her big brother, Mr. Sotetsu. It's Kisaki's heart you need to sway.
はい、記録の必要があるかと思って、邪魔じゃなければ相鉄くんの分も。
ほう。
I hadn't considered I'd be taking pictures, but I made a decision to help her, so that's what I'll do.
まるで経験がないので、簡単なものだと助かるが。
任せてください。パパマニアでしたから。
Paulette holds up a bag and takes out 2 cameras. One of them is a single lens reflex camera. That's what they call it, right? It looks heavy and has a bunch of levers and buttons. Levers?
なるほど。こちらの小さなものは見るからに簡単そうだな。
はい。全部自動でやってくれますから。まず電源を入れて。
Paulette stands next to me. The camera's rear display shows us. Her face is close to mine. Another inch and our cheeks are bound to touch. Don't tell Paulette she'll get flustered as all fuck.
ここに映った映像がそのまま写真になりますから、このレバーでズームしたりワイドにしたりして。
When
she talks, Paulette routinely and diligently turns to me first. Her breath is warm on the ticklish, is warm on and ticklish to my skin.
それで撮りたい画面を決めたらシャッターボタンを押してあげれば。
今のでもう撮れたのか。
はい。何千枚でもカードに記録できますから、失敗でも何でも構わずどんどん撮っちゃってください。
心得た。
I take the camera from Paulette. Our fingers touch. They're warmer than her breath.
1枚撮ってみてもいいか。
1枚と言わず何百枚でも。
とりあえずは試しの1枚でいい。
I position the camera in position the camera in the monitor. Paulette's expression hardens out of surprise.
1枚って私をですか？
ダメか。対象物がはっきりしている方が良いかと思うのだが。
いいえ、30秒だけ待ってください。
She turns around, crouching down. She takes out some makeup from her bag and starts brushing her face and hair. More than 5 minutes pass. Even I'm not uncouth enough to hurry her in this situation, though.
お待たせしました。いきなり？
撮った写真はどう見るのだ？
このボタンです。
Paulette presses a button with her finger, and the display shows the photo just taken.
おお、これはすごい。小さくとも良いカメラなのだな。
Cameras most of the time are small, yes. It gracefully took a snapshot of a moving object.
これがいわゆる見返り美人というやつか。とても生き生きとして可愛らしい。
That's Riz. And it worked. Maybe I was too candid with what I was thinking. Paulette turns bright red and looks down.
写真、そうてつくん才能あるのかもですよ。ほら、響ちゃんのお兄さんなんだし。
That's true, but we're not related. Seeing as we're not blood related, it's hard to imagine that we're good at the same thing.
単にモデルとカメラが良いだけだろう。
So with her head down, her lips quiver. My heart jumps a little, thinking I made her angry, but I figure that it's her trying to hold back a smile.
私も写真撮ってきます。
Paulette runs to who knows where.
僕も撮るか。
I just learned how to use this. And she said not to be afraid of taking bad pictures. Either way, it's a numbers game now. There was one extra click in that sentence. Alright, you should have added that one. This is somewhat desolate. When I zoom in, even the blank spots look colorful. broken glass curtains. There were curtains that were left behind. The eroded wooden rain shutters with ivy growing on them. There are no faces to take pictures of. I sense no warmth coming from beyond the window. It's probably better that way. This abandoned dormitory was home to many different people. Now it's merely relegated to acting as a giant tombstone of sorts.
そうですか、そうですか、ありました。
お
When I run over to her, my question of what exactly it is that she found seems foolish. Well, it points at the ground where there's obviously a path made made by ballast and cross ties.
これが配線跡か。
すごく状態いいですね。ここから先は、ほら、見てください。
あれが炭鉱の工場か？
It's a gentle upward slope. There's a hill, or more like a small mountain with a factory sitting atop it. It overlooks the entire region, making it seem like a fort for the coal industry.
このまま配線跡をたどっていけば、あの工場のところに着けるんだと思います。
I take a few pictures of the tracks before standing atop them. The cross ties are far from eroded. As it supports my weight, it feels sturdy.
ならば、行こう。
Paulette stops as she mindlessly follows the abandoned tracks. We have walked all the way here, but
まだ続いてますね、線路。
the tracks just keep going. The conditions so good that I want to say they're still usable.
おそらくは、坑道のすぐそばにまで続いているのではなかろうか。
トロッコの方も残ってるかもしれませんね。こっちのレール、思ったより状態はるかにいいですし。
ならば、伏線もできそうか。
この状態なら、かなり容易に予算も抑えてできるんじゃないかって思います。ただ、
Her blue eyes turn from the tracks to me.
投資するだけの価値が、この辺に残っていればの話ですけど。
It wouldn't be too far-fetched to call the scenery around the tracks a complete mess. Even inside the prefab buildings are what looks like concrete blocks holding up the mountainside.
おそらく、あの下に坑道入り口があるのだろうな。
ここからだと見えないですね。
Well, it's peering through some kind of camera with long dual lenses. She's using an expensive-looking telescope to survey the mountainside. I guess you could call a camera that.
けど、なんだろう。扉かな。
バカ、ポーレット！
I run over and pull her back by her arms, causing her to fall on top of me. The feeling of impact hits my chest, and a sharp pain pierces my back. But it's fine. I prevented the worst-case scenario of her falling into the pond.
そうですか。
大事ない。それより、ポーレットは？
私は、平気。助けてくれて、ありがとう。
I was waiting for the obligatory CG to show up, but it still hasn't.
なーに、 そのために僕がいるのだ。
Once the pain in my back subsides, it's fine. I don't feel short of breath or anything. Whoops. I let go of Paulette so that she can get back up. He grabs my hand and helps me to up me off the ground.
私、
大丈夫だ。
She walks forward a few paces without thinking as she tries to see what's beyond the lenses. I'm used to dealing with accidents like this.
気にするな。それほどに深くを見る目であるから、僕らには映せぬものを見出せるのだから。
A relieved sigh. But then Paula quickly fixes her posture and turns straight toward me.
相鉄くんがいてくれるから、油断しちゃってました。ありがとうだけじゃなくて、ごめんなさい。
うん。
She bows deeply. Her apology feels unnecessary, but if that Paulette's priority, then I'll accept it.
本当に助かりました。この池、もしも落ちちゃってたら。
I can't tell if the water's brown or green or both. Not exactly a pretty sight regardless. Paulette peers into the surface of the pond and starts shivering.
ちょっと、ひどいことになっちゃいそうですよね。
Oops, I didn't see how long I was in the recording. It's fine. There was only a small hiccup. You didn't hear anything. The color's a result of the sediments on the floor. Because the water itself is clear, it makes it all the more ominous.
これはおそらく石炭の選別に使った池だ。
選別ですか？
うん。石炭から石炭くずや炭塵を取り除くのに使ったのだろう。
じゃあ、この底に溜まってるの、石炭の粉とか、そこから出てきたものなんですか？
おそらくはな。
エアクラ工場誘致の話を聞いたとき、公害について私少し勉強したんですけど。
Paulette had already done what I did. This small fact makes me happy, as well as reassured.
工業排水だけじゃなくって、鉱山から流出する水も、環境汚染、引き起こしちゃうことあるんですよね。
なあ、そう考えると、この池が野ざらしになっているのは危険かもしれんな。
って思います。大雨とか台風来たら、かき混ぜられちゃうかもしれませんし。
うん。
No matter how we decide to end up reusing this place, well, even before that, we can't leave pollutants as is.
坑道内部の調査にその視点も加える必要がありそうだな。
ですね。
This time, Paulette plants her feet on the ground prior to taking a few photographs.
行ってみましょう、相鉄くん。
うん。
Just as I thought, below the concrete wall is a large shutter. And next to that is a tiny door. Fortunately, it isn't locked.
入るぞ。ヘッドライトはつけたか？
はい、大丈夫です、相鉄くん。
Is it CG time? Never mind. I'm still waiting for it.
これは資材も設備も丸ごと放棄していったのか。
Inside the tunnel is a much more modern site. Electrical lines and countless pipes go about, and there's also something large rolled up in cloth.
なんだ、油が染みているのか。くそ、ベタベタと。
すごい。
Underneath the oily sheet is a large construction machine. one after another, after another. Below that is a switchboard without a single speck of rust.
よそでの使い道がなかったからですかね。炭鉱、次々に閉鎖されていた状況だったでしょうから。
ああ、なるほどな。
If the industry of coal mining is going away, it'd be impossible to sell off this equipment. I hadn't imagined that an operation this big could come to an end, sensing that I'd touched the tip of it caused me to shiver.
けど、これだけ設備が残ってるなら、もし、この設備がまだ生きてるなら。
ああ、観光資源とできるかもしれん。
Yeah. It's the same with the abandoned dormitories, but the scenery has a powerful impact. If we can bring out the charm of coal mining from this... No, that's not right.
例えばだ、ポーレット。
はい、何ですか、相鉄くん。
8620でここまで、あるいは術船炭鉱廃液まで来て、ここで石炭を体験採掘してもらう。
She understands instantly. Paulette's face lights up with a smile brighter than her headlight. Singular.
面白いです、それ。自分で掘った石炭で SL を動かせるとか。
だよな。これはなんというかロマンがある。鉄道好きではない層にも楽しんでもらえるはずだ。
そうですよね。けど、炭鉱まで本格的に調査復興するんなら、お人よ鉄道だけじゃちょっと。
The most unrealistic part of the scene is that they're in this big ass room and there's no echo.
ああ、予算的に苦しいか。
はい。ですから、何かもう一押しのアイディアで、市の事業とかとも絡められる、と。くちゃ！
大丈夫か、ポーレット。
The moment I hear her sneeze, I feel a slight shiver. As well. The temperature in the mine is quite cool. On top of that, water's dripping everywhere. Yeah, I can see that from the text box. Yeah, text box. After slaving I go, and good wishes I wish. Thank you, meow.
ひとまずは外に出よ
ああ、はい。相鉄くん、ごめんなさい。
I want to take Paulette somewhere sunny, so we go back to near the sedimentation pool.
う。何に使うにせよ。あの水はなんとかせねばな。
ですね。足元もぬかるんでるし、天井からもずっとポタポタポタポタって。
大丈夫か？随分と濡れてしまっているか。
あ、はい。炭鉱の中は少し肌寒かったですけど。
Paulette suddenly hugs herself with both arms and hides by twisting her body away from me. It takes me a second, but I realize why she just did that. Yeah, I realized why she did that too. Because she got wet, her clothes are damp and transparent. Because of course they are. What? I already saw Paulette's skin when we were in Tororo Hot Springs. I see the lines of her bra and as her clothes stick to her back. I have to wonder what there is to be embarrassed about. But when she acts embarrassed like that, it makes me feel the same.
ポーレット、これを。
Yeah, it's crazy that she's embarrassed by this, but they've literally seen each other naked. Well, I guess not, technically, because it's in the all ages version, they're all in towels. My shirt is a little wet too. I take it off, wring it dry, and then flap it in the wind.
嫌でなければ羽織ってくれ。
嫌なんて、そんなことあるはずありません。
There it is. Finally, a CG. She takes it and wears it on her back. At that moment, Paulette closes her eyes as if comforted.
なんか、あったかいです。相鉄くんの匂い、するみたいで。
Yeah, it's turning her on. I mean,
そうか。温まるのであればよかった。
considering the temperature and sunshine, I'm sure it'll warm up soon. But then Paulette's clothes should be dry. By then, Paulette's clothes should be dry. Even with 2 layers, I can still see through. Even because, perhaps because her eyes are closed, Paulette doesn't notice. But I can faintly see the light pink color of her bra.
相鉄くん？
Uh-oh.
なあ、いや、あれだ。
It's not my intention, but I steal a few glances anyway. I keep talking, though, in an effort to mitigate the resulting feelings of embarrassment from both of you, yeah.
思っただけだ。溢れた水での環境汚染や、そうだ、落盤や爆発の危険もあるかと。
はい、そうですね。
Paulette's expression becomes one of seriousness. Feeling relieved at the change in atmosphere, words come out of my mouth more smoothly. Look, Sotetsu at least understands that just pointing out something will just make them more embarrassed than if they didn't know about it, right? Just don't tell Paulette that you can see through the 2 layers of white shirt, alright?
資源とできれば何よりだが、できなかった場合には、この廃鉱山、お人よに随分な迷惑を。
違います、相鉄くん。
Very quietly but firmly, Paulette stops me.
山も、水も、石炭も、迷惑なんてかけません。ずっと昔からここにあって、あり続けてるだけ。
My heart jumps much more harshly, much more passionately than when I saw through her clothes. You sure?
迷惑なものにされたんです。掘り出され、放置されて。それは、鉱山の責任じゃない。
ああ、そうだ。責任は、そうさせた側にある。
The flash of a distant memory causes my voice to quiver.
悪いのは、間違えるのはいつだって人間だ。
はい。
Paulette gives a faint smile, knowing that her message got through to me. Her smile also resembles something from long ago, a smile that sits deep inside my memory. I want to find out. I want to ask. My jumping heart yearns for it. But right now, my mind's in a state of confusion. It's in no state to ask such an important question.
ともかくだ。
はい。
That's why I ring out the following. I suppress all of my emotions as the words slip out.
ともかく、一度持ち帰ろ
う。ですね。環境防護のためにも、どうしていくか、もっと多くのアイディアが必要です。
Paulette takes a step ahead, but then turns around to face me.
なら、戻りましょう、相鉄くん。
And the first thing Hibiki will ask is, why is Sotetsu shirtless?
Uzatai.
What the fuck? I don't care if it's top priority and I don't care if its top priority is my life. Already off to a bad start. I just wish it'd stop flying overhead non-stop. Oh, it's talking about the Navi. Navi was the one who saved me and continues to do so. I know that full well, but
こんな日くらい一人にさせてほしいのに。
the railway is already closed down. That's why I've been able to live in peace here. One of the mayoral candidates said he'd bring back the Yunoi line as a municipal train. I firmly believed that no one would take that candidate seriously.
なのに、まさか当選して、鉄道が本当に復活するとか。
Yeah, and that mayor is Paulette's dad. Or granddad, I don't remember. Because aircraft can't operate near the coal mines, everyone was forced to take the long way around. I heard that was what led to the demand of reviving the railways.
なんだ、遠回りぐらい。便利になれすぎるから、少しの不便も我慢できなくなるんだ。
Yeah? Look, humans are simple beings, alright? We crave for simplicity and convenience. Like, I don't know why you you're not cool for pointing out a basic human instinct, alright? I genuinely hate that sort of laziness, and I hate the extreme decision to revive the railway. I feel crushed under that hatred. In fact, I can hardly breathe. I'm so angry. Bro, shut the fuck up. You're just angry because you're just angry at everything because you killed your fucking sister. Never mind.
死んだ者は生き返らない。それすら公平じゃないっていうのか。
I forced Michiko into an early grave. So if that also kills the railways, it's only fair. And yet,
なんで鉄道だけが。
because it wasn't the railway's fault your parents are dead, alright? It's your fault. It's your... Never mind. I hear a sound. My body shakes and my vision turns red. A crushing feeling on my chest. The smell of blood. Sound of twisting metal. The feeling of lifeless texture. Everything starts to crawl up my leg. No, I can't. Michiko pushed me away. Even though she knew it would pull us apart, she let me escape from the accident. Ito told me that because I couldn't save Michiko, saving another can be my atonement. That's how I understood it anyway, which is the reason why I can still shamelessly live like this. And yet, it makes me think. However, the moment I think like that is the moment it all refuses to leave my mind. If I let myself be consumed with it. Michiko is dead. I forced her to die. I should be the one who's dead. The railways should die. If an accident occurs on the day of its revival, I can make things fair and end it all. Excuse me? Listen, alright? The railways didn't do anything wrong, alright? There's a reason no one else died. Other than your fucking family. That's right. I can do this. At the very least, I can end everything within me. But that means what Michiko did would go to waste. I know. But it still hurts and is suffocating. I can't shake this away, no matter what. If I can be released from this smell of blood and sounds of twisting metal.
危ない、近い。
I was waiting for young Paulette. I feel the edge of my jacket being pulled. I turn around by reflex, and in the moment, wind pressure, I lose my balance and almost fall over. Must have sensed the danger. My body reacted on its own.
あ、すまん。
Oh, you didn't hear that. Also, so did he try to fucking kill himself? He must be surprised by my jumping on her so suddenly. I panic at what seems like a scream and quickly back off.
驚かせるつもりは。
I'm captivated by her sight. Her blonde hair dancing in the wind as it passes by us. Her eyes blue clearer than the Kuma River, and even Ohitoyo's sky.
大丈夫。わかってる。マス。あなた、私、助けた。かばう、した。
まあ、そうかな。
No, that's not true. I was the one who was saved. In that moment, if this girl hadn't caught me,
私、ありがとう、あなた。
いや、僕の方こそ。
she bowed slightly, the golden hair wavering. Ah, so she's...
鉄道の写真を撮りに来たのか。
そう、ここ、撮影いい場所、行った。パパが、私、違う、写真うまい。けど、頼まれた。
そうか。父親に頼まれて撮りに来たのか。
That means her father must be a railway enthusiast. He must want photos of Unoi Line's revival, but couldn't come because of work or something, and instead asked his daughter.
すまん。僕のせいでシャッターチャンスを逃させてしまったな。
She nods as if she realized something. As if she's just realized it.
あなた、危ないだった。なぜなら、線路、たくさん近い。
ああ、そうだよな。すまなかった。
This time, I bow deeply. A nervous and troubled voice, a sort of voice, passes over my head.
好き、鉄道。わかる。近く、見たい気持ち。
いや、僕は鉄道好きなのではない。
A blank stare. Her innocent eyes reminded me of Michiko. When I think that, I can't stop myself.
むしろ、憎んでいる。憎んで、恨んで、終わらせたいとさえ思っている。
Cool story, bro. You're just projecting. Her blue eyes are still wide open. She furrows her brow, coming closer to me.
憎んで、恨んで。
ああ、すまん。
He says he hates the railways, but what he actually means is that he hates himself. And that's a video essay in the making. I'm not the one who's gonna make it though. She parrots what I said, as if they were the names of some wine. I feel the hatred leave my body. She must have been sheltered as a kid. She doesn't even know the meaning of hatred. I think she's just a foreigner, so when I notice that, the suffocation I was feeling seems to lift.
簡単に言えば、僕は鉄道を好きではない。好きと違うということだ。
好き、違う。 嫌い鉄道。
Dexter, maybe if you paid attention to this, maybe if you paid attention to the stream, you'd realize this is a flashback. So you should know it's Paulette.
ああ、そうだ。
嫌い嫌いなのに、なんで、あなた、名前、
僕か。僕は相鉄。右田相鉄。
そうてつちゃんくんそうてつくん。
ああ、相鉄くんで構わん。
そうてつくん、どうして嫌い鉄道なのに見る、じっと近くで。
Why couldn't they keep her in that body? I don't know, maybe it's because she grew up or something. My hatred isn't going through to her. She wouldn't understand it fully anyway. Besides, I'll probably never meet this girl again. Look at Lolly Babas. Yeah, but that's clearly not what the writers wanted this character to be. That friendliness unlatches the emotions clinging to my throat.
目を動かせなくなったんだ。列車ではなく、過去の事故を見てしまって。
Or artists, I guess, because the voice actor could have stayed the same, and so would the writing. I can't tell this to anyone. Not Makoto, Hibiki, not even Taito. Of the accident in the past, of the scars, I spit out the pain that comes from hatred and pain. Well, yeah, I guess Paulette's current look is more like Maya, but still, she looks so different. What the fuck? Did you forget how puberty works?
僕は鉄道事故に遭い、多くを失い、傷ついた。
All I'm saying is that you look a lot different before and after puberty. That's all. Those words are like a large book of bitterness.
事故。
But this is anime. That doesn't mean that characters can't grow up. Alright? I don't know if she got the message. The confusing void inside me is filled with quiet words.
事故、よくない。そうてつくん、怖い、痛い、かわいそう。
Because her vocabulary is lacking, her words of comfort seep directly into me. Accidents aren't good. They hurt. They're scary. I suppose I am a sorry thing for having to go through that.
でも事故、鉄道、列車、よくない、違う。嫌いになる。だから違う。
I want to yell at her, but I manage to suppress it. Threatening a girl like her is the worst thing I could do right now. Threatening the railways is not good either. The long hair makes her seem a lot different, I think. You know, when I saw this character online, I thought she was a separate character. Yeah, because they look completely different. What do you expect?
なぜそんなことを言う。鉄道事故で、鉄道も列車も悪くないなど。
Well, if you're going to use the accident that happened to you as an example, considering that your family is the only people who died during the accident, I don't think the railway could be at fault for that. Even though I try to hold back, my expression troubles her. A sense of guilt rushes over me. What was I expecting from someone I just met?
包丁。
I guess that's a good example.
包丁
The word seemingly comes out of nowhere, and the only thing I can think to do is mimic just a stabbing gesture to confirm that that's indeed what she said. The girl nods and uses a gesture as if to use a knife on a cutting board. She confirms it.
そうてつくん、使う包丁。事故。トントントントン。ザク。痛い。怖い。
包丁を使っていて、誤って自分の手を切って怪我をした。
I mean, true. If you cut your hand with a knife, it's not the knife's fault. You're an idiot, right?
そう。その時。
Her blue eyes stare at me. The sky that I first saw must have been this color, is the phrase that pops into my head randomly.
そうてつくん。なる？嫌い。包丁。悪い？包丁。
いや、
It's a simple question, one I already know the answer to.
そんなのは包丁の責任のはずがない。道具ではなく、使い方や手入れを間違った僕が。
And then it hits me.
はあ、そうか。
With those words comes understanding, and with that, the anger begins to dissipate.
そうなのだな。悪いのは、鉄道ではなく、列車でもない。
Correct. So why can't people apply that same that same line of thinking to AI? I don't know how I was able to transition it into AI, but like, look, I've seen so many fucking posts or videos on YouTube of people talking about how much shit how much AI slop there is on the internet, right? And it's always framed in the way that it's the AI's fault, right? It's being used as a scapegoat for their fucking point in the video. You know, if this blonde girl was the current time with that lolly body in this story and had a romance route, she would have easily become my favorite. Right. Why did you capitalize every word? What was the point? Either way, right? These videos are making AI out to be the reason AI slop exists, right? And like, no, the reason it exists is because the same reason why slop every word, you mean every letter. Same thing. The same reason slop existed before AI was a thing. Because people used it for bad purposes. Anyway. They're part of a system. Tools. They can't do anything on their own. There is human art that is slop as well. I mean, yeah, but, you know, that's not the point. I could point out how, like, as much as I want about how, like, if you want your art to be commissioned, there is a good chance that whatever art you will get from the commission could be shit. There's a good chance that you get scammed, right? They never actually deliver, right? Like, the art could be shit, or like, they essentially got like stock image shit from it, right? And made like basically a collage, or like they just never deliver on the art piece. The historically art in museums are mostly slop in my opinion. Okay, well that's because you don't understand it. Alright, you played through Amazing Grace and you still don't understand art. Disappointing.
悪いのは、間違えるのはいつだって。
The real slop is the real slop is humans. Art is subjective. I mean, yeah, that's the point of art. Art is meant to be interpretive, right? If there is a definitive meaning to what it is, then you know. AI doesn't produce slop. Humans produce slop.
相鉄様相鉄様
When we shit it out of our bowels and post it on the internet. Never mind.
そう、僕。あれ。いや、
相鉄様、何を寝ぼけてらっしゃるのですか？
He had a bad dream about how much he was. He had a bad dream about how depressed he was in the past. You know how it is. He was cringing the whole time.
なあ。
Hachidoku peers into my face. My brain slowly awakens as it starts to comprehend Hachidoku's words. Thanks for the hydrate.
僕は眠っていたのだな。
You didn't hear that. And the stretch. Nice ASMR water drink. Okay.
お疲れのご様子でしたので、起こしたくはなかったのですが。
何かあったのか？
はい、ポーレット様がお越しです。ご相談事があるとのことで。
ポーレットがか。
Her name perks up in my ears. My heart beating faster. I remember the dream I just had.
5分だけ待ってもらっておいてくれ。すぐに着替えて会いに行く。
相鉄くん、おはようございます。
He's properly dressed and is wearing a serious expression. Also, Dexter, delete what you just said. It's disgusting. Noticing her serious attitude, the remnant of drowsiness in my head vanish.
朝からいきなりごめんなさい。
いや、僕も会いたいと思っていた。
When I say that, Paulette turns red.
そうなんですか。
うん。
This is bad. Seeing her like this makes me embarrassed too. I want to confirm whether the girl in my dream was Paulette, but
相談があるとの話だが。
I have Paulette speak first. In the meanwhile, I tell myself to calm down. Paulette nods once, and then closes her lips tightly.
相談っていうのは前にもちょっとお話しした相鉄くんに秘書になってもらいたいっていう件です。
Paulette says while taking out a piece of paper.
名目こそは雇用契約書になってますけど、実質お願いしてるのは守秘義務だけです。
おう。
While I'm the adopted son of the Mikita family, I'm also hired by my adoptive father. Even if I'm with Paulette, I can't sign any contract that'll be detrimental to my adoptive father.
確かに 要求されているのは守秘義務だけだ。その上、違反時に何の罰則も規定されていない。
I look some more and see that I can nullify the contract without any penalties to me. The payment is also blank right now, but no matter how I see it, 0 yen is more appropriate.
この契約書はつまるところ、僕に秘書の肩書きを与えるためだけのものか。
そうなんです。けど、この契約が大きいんです。ヒアリングには絶対必要になりますから。
ヒアリング？
She nods to say yes, while it leans a little bit forward.
レールショップにいる私は市長ではなく、お人よ鉄道株式会社の社長ですよね。
うん。
けど、私は同時に市長でもあります。だから、レールショップにも担当の部課長を呼べますけど。
なあ、それをやってしまえば確かに、公私混同のそしりを免れることは難しくなるか。
です。だから、市長としてのヒアリングは、役所内で市長の立場で行うのが一番間違いがない。
She nods once more. When her eyes turn to me, they waver for a brief moment.
でも、私一人だと、一人より二人の方が気づけること増えると思うし。
確かにな。どれだけ役に立てるかはわからんが、僕も同席させてもらえた方がありがたい。
そうしてもらうために役職が必要なんです。当面のヒアリングは非公式なものになりますから。
ん？
公式なヒアリングである公聴会や説明会は事業計画が内定してからしか行われません。
What's the point of a public hearing then? I was thinking that, but if she tells me that's how government is, with a sad face, I have no choice but to accept it. That's how mafia works.
ですので、事前調査の類は、そのすべてが非公式なヒアリングとして扱われます。
非公式で非公開か。
She nods, yes. Paulette seems a bit sorry as she continues on.
そういう性質ですから、部外者が混じっちゃうと、踏み込んだ話、絶対にしてもらえなくなります。
ああ。
That's why I'm the special secretary. Paulette gives me the title of a secretary that she personally hired, and also makes me sign a contract of confidentiality. Not the NDA.
よかろう。僕に異論はない。その内容なら、報酬額は0円で頼めるか？
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
I sign the contract and Paulette gives a soft smile, as if she were relieved.
これなら私、頑張れます。
She nods and then stands up. Any sort of slack in her face is now gone.
善は急げじゃないですけど、ヒアリング、今日朝一でも平気ですか？
朝一というと？
お人よ市役所の朝一は午前8時30分です。
よかろう。ならばすぐに。いや、少しだけ待ってくれ。
はい。
ネクタイだ。秘書が納体では文字通り締まらなかろ
う。宮本です。
どうぞお入りください。
失礼します。
A very small, middle-aged woman comes into the mayor's office. According to Paulette, she called for the general manager here.
宮本さん、こちら新任の特別秘書の右田宗哲さんです。
そうですか。はじめまして右田さん。お人よ市役所総務部長の宮本です。
う。はじめまして、宮本部長。どうか よろしくお願いいたします。
We exchanged simple salutations and bow.
こちらの右田さんがお預かりした素案の？
はい、立案をしてくださった方です。
そうでしたか。それでは事前説明は不要ですね。
Documents are spread out on the desk. It's been organized in a way that's easy to read. Fucking... I see. This person really is the manager. And a good one at that. I'm ashamed of myself for judging her by her looks.
まずは赤い阿蘇神社の文化財指定について。お預かりした資料、文化財化は極めて価値が高いと。
じゃあ、指定を取れる見込みは？
市、県の文化財指定でしたら次年度にでも。文化財化としては十分を目指せるとも言っています。
十分。あ、重要文化財。
She realizes something when she says it out loud. I almost mistook her for saying that it was more than enough to aim for the city or prefecture's cultural property designation.
十分になれば国から文化財への維持管理費が出ますし、観光客へのアピール度も上がるそうです。
The numerical data estimated by the tourism division is shown. Some numerical data. If it receives the important cultural property designation, we can expect an increase in tourism. However, if it's only a municipal or prefectural cultural property, it'd barely increase at all.
十分を目指した場合、最短でどのくらいで指定を望めるでしょう？
極めてスムーズにいけば2年後にもという可能性はあるそうです。
Hey, I have something that might interest you in a good or bad way. I don't have a good feeling about this. Paulette closes her lips and glances at me. I raise my hand and Miyamoto asks what I have to say.
十分指定が取れそうもないとなった場合、それは
一般的には早い段階でわかります。この点を考慮しろ的な意見をもらえることもあります。
なら十分を目指し目がないとはっきりした場合には市県の文化財指定を目指すという線はどうでしょう？
宮本さんからご意見は？
右田さんと同意見ですね。極めて妥当で現実的な対処法です。
ではそう進めるよう関係各所にお願いします。
わかりました。
Miyamoto opens her handbook and writes in a few memos, and then looks up again.
次に術船炭鉱の件について、炭鉱の所有権、採掘権は市が譲渡を受けています。
What the fuck is a dirt pudding? Hang on, what? Dirt pudding. What the fuck is this? I remembered my all-time favorite childhood dessert. Discord just chatting. What the fuck? Did you need to add the gut? Hang on, I need to... Hang on. How do I... Let me fucking... The fuck is dirt pudding? Whether you call it dirt pudding, Oreo, dirt dessert, or dirt cake, there is no... This is no baked dessert. This no-bake dessert brings joy wherever it goes. Did you need to add the fucking gummy worms? Excuse me? I know it's meant to resemble, like, dirt, but why did you add the... If given the choice, my husband always picks dessert pudding over any other dessert. It doesn't matter what the competition looks like. Strawberry bundt cake? No. Giant chocolate chip cookies? Nada. Homemade brownies? Maybe. But 6 out of 7 days of the week, he's always going to choose dirt pudding. If it's not that he doesn't like other desserts, thank goodness, that would make for a difficult marriage. It's just that he really, really loves dirt pudding. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this writing? Worms in dessert, every kid's dream. This is something I actually agree with. I never liked the gummy worms. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it clashes with the texture because you're meant to eat it like it's a dessert, right? So surely it's meant to be like cold. Is it not cold? Like, surely it's not just because it's Oreo cookies and hang on, Cool Whip, Jello, Oreo, cream cheese. Cream cheese is chilled for 4 hours, I think. Right, yeah. And, you know, I think we've all had cold gummy worms or a similar like thing to it, right? It's hard as balls, especially as it gets colder, right? You know, when you go to like Cold Stone in your country, I guess. In Australia we have Cold Rock, is kind of the same thing, right? You don't get like gummy shit because it just freezes it and then makes it hard as fuck. It'll break your teeth. Here's what you'll need: Oreos, butter, milk, instant vanilla pudding or chocolate pudding, cream cheese, powdered sugar, Cool Whip or whipped topping, gummy worms. 100% optional, but also 100% adorable and a kid favorite. Look, I'm not one to shame someone for having a sweet tooth, right? Look, all in all, I can understand that liking desserts to this extent may seem childish. Updated May 16th, 2024. Okay. May seem childish to an extent, right? Look, it's fine. But adding the gummy worms to it? Just because they're fucking worms, alright? No, just like without the worms, it could be like a good cake, right? There's a lot of fucking cream cheese. Well, not really. There's a lot of fucking whipped cream. Sure, you could do things the hard way with homemade pudding and freshly whipped cream, but the dirt dessert I know and love is made with store-bought shortcuts like instant pudding and Cool Whip, and it tastes absolutely delicious. I'm sure it would. I don't think we don't have Cool Whip in Australia, right? Well, if we do, I've never had it before. Cool Whip. what would be the Australian version of it, right? What is Cool Whip in Australia? Right, yeah. We have something here also called Cool Whip. But hang on, yeah, real whipped cream. Yeah, sure. Yep, crush up the Oreos so it looks like dirt. Make the pudding. Right, yeah. Add the cream cheese and sugar, right? Yeah. And then you just mix them and then chill them for 4 hours or overnight. The thing that makes it so much worse is that you put it in the fucking bucket. All right? If you just put it in like a bowl or something, it'd be fine, right? Adding the gummy worms is still weird as shit, but it'd still be fine. It's the fucking bucket that makes it weird. Like what? Because of the bucket, right? You make it out to be like a dessert that you would exclusively make for children, right? What the fuck? No. Can I halve this recipe? Absolutely, you can cut it in half. What? This is this really okay? Whoever is on this website is dumb as bricks, apparently. Can I halve the dessert? Do you need to ask them if to halve it? No, you can't halve it because that would hang on. Actually, forget asking if you can halve it. Halve what? What the fuck are you halving? Because there aren't any measurements. Wait, hang on. No, I recommend sticking with the name brand on this one unless you have off-brand variety you really love. Here's what you'll need. Oreos. How many? We'll never tell. Scroll all the way down. Okay, hang on. Oh, here it is. 16 ounces. Jesus Christ. They have 1x, 2x, 3x, but they don't have half or quarter. Interesting. What's the serving size? The cuisine American. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Said 15. Oh, here it is. Serving 50. Serves 15. So just serves 1. Jesus Christ. Look, it's not the worst dessert, alright? I can understand the reasoning behind it. It is simply just supposed to be an easy dessert you can make with your kids, right? You don't need to worry about baking or anything like that, right? You don't need to worry about making like your own whipping cream or stuff like that. You can just get all of the shit store-bought and it's still fine, right? It's easier than making like a cake or like making cookies or brownies or stuff like that, right? I get it. But like, You could have just picked anything else to put your shit in, right? The bowl you mixed it all up in was fine, and then like my husband always picks dirt pudding. I know I know bro wants to relive his childhood, but I think he needs to go to a therapist. Thank goodness that would make for a difficult marriage. It's just that he really, really loves dirt pudding. He does look like a guy who likes dirt pudding. Sorry, loves dirt pudding. Discord just chatting. Right. Dirt pudding. I mean, I want one right now. He looks like the type of guy who lets his wife control him. Hang on. No, you're right. He does look like he gets pegged every night. See this? If you get rid of the gummy worms, it looks very appetizing, right? It's just that I cannot imagine the clash in textures. His wife seems older as well. Don't assume things, all right? Especially don't assume things, especially a woman's age. Hi there, neighbor. Okay. But Wawa, damn. Wawa mentioned Wawa, and they sell pre-made dirt pudding cups. Is that true though? I sent that website to my mom. Is it true though, Dexter? In the past, 9 years ago they used to, but not anymore. I miss the old Wawa. Anyway, get back to the fucking game, Jesus Christ. No more mentioning dirt pudding, alright? I'm not putting that in the video.
譲渡ですか？
石炭需要がもはや望めず、交通事情から再開発も難しい。ですので、譲渡で維持費と税の負担を回避したのかと。
なるほど。
なら、市による再開発や最短の再開に支障はない。
理屈の上ではそうなります。が、採算が望めない以上、予算をつけるのは難しいですね。
After being told that, I have no choice but to agree. Budgets can only pass through the assembly. Whether it be Paulette supporters, or the aircraft supporters, no one will agree to a proposal that will place more pressure on the city's financial situation on something with no return on investment. WTF are these comments? I made these for my kids' Halloween party last year, only with green jello, with green jelly, so it looked like slime with dirt. Kids loved them. So much better with sour gummy worms. I like sand more. What? You know, look. All right, you've got dirt pudding, right? Which is crushed Oreos, and then you've got sand pudding, Unless he means vanilla puddings. No, sand pudding has breadcrumbs instead. Like fucking panko and shit. Look, if that's really what he means, right? Instead of using Oreos, he's using breadcrumbs. Just make a fucking cheesecake at that point. All right, you've already got the cream cheese. You've already got you've got the breadcrumbs. Like, you're already halfway there. You just need to add a few eggs, and and you've got a cheesecake. Sand pudding recipe. Ah, it's vanilla wafers and still using Oreo cookies though. Hang on. It's just a vanilla version of dirt cake. But I hate, yeah, why are they in toy buckets? Why the fuck are they in toy buckets? Serves 12. So what dessert do you think I would like best? What do you mean? You just said you like dirt cake the best. Dirt pudding the best. I made this recipe for my child beach theme end of the year classroom party. But you implied that there was a fancier version or something. No? What do you mean? Dirt pudding is its own thing. Yeah? Look, when I heard you talk about dirt pudding, the first thing I thought you were talking about was like chocolate mud cake, right? Because, you know, it's called chocolate mud cake. And, you know, dirt is just, mud is just wet dirt, right? So there's a correlation there. But apparently dirt cake was its own thing. Dirt pudding. Dirt cakes are believed to be a spin on the Mississippi mud pie, a popular chocolate dessert from the 1960s. Yeah, see? Literally what I just said. It's essentially, a dirt pudding is just a non-baked version of a chocolate mud cake. Oh well. Mud pie. I like more pudding. Right. You also like to put it in your little kid's bucket and serving it with gummy worms that'll harden in the fridge after 4 hours and break your teeth. It's the fact that you put it that is a good scenario. That is not a good scenario. It is the fact that these guys put it in fucking buckets, right? Like, why? This one isn't as bad, right? I'll make some dirt pudding in my AI chatbots and hand them out in toy buckets. Right. Like, very clearly, this is a dessert aimed for kids, right? If not for the simplicity in how to make it, it is the fact that they are serving it in toy buckets, right? But you know, maybe this website isn't as bad. It is this website that is worse because of this paragraph. What is the adult version of a dirt pudding? The adult version of a dirt pudding is getting rid of the gummy worms and not putting it in a fucking bucket. All right? The adult version is just eating it out of the bowl. All right? It does look good though. Just not in the bucket, man. I thought you were going to say mud pie. No. Because mud pie requires baking, right? Actually, let me check that first. Mud pie, because mud pie might also be different from mud cake. Mississippi mud pie. Right, kind of. Mud cake has cake batter. Yeah, right. A mud cake is a cake, alright? A mud pie is like a brownie? Hang on, let me see the recipe. Yeah, dark chocolate, butter, sugar, salt, vanilla extract, large eggs, flour. Cooking class with Ando. I mean, look. Cakes and brownies are the same, alright? Kind of. It just depends on the process, right? Like, if we go back to mud cakes, right? You go to a recipe. You got butter, okay. Chocolate, water, cocoa powder, espresso powder, vanilla extract, sugar, eggs, flour, right? Like I said, it's the same thing. The only difference is that cakes rise in the oven, right? You want them to rise so that they are fluffier, right? They're less dense. Unlike a brownie, which is kind of what the mud pie, a Mississippi mud pie is meant to be, which is kind of like a brownie, a fancier brownie, as you could say. I guess that doesn't really rise. It's meant to be more dense, right? I always like pudding a lot because it is cold and wet. You get what I am saying, right? Yeah. Except I like things that are hot and wet. Like the... Never mind. I'm not continuing with that. Anyway, let's get back to the game, alright? Undead lollies are cold and wet. They're not wet, though. They're just cold. Delete that. Alright, we're moving on.
では、再開発云々は置くとしても、環境防護のための対策は必要になるかと思いますが。
それもまずは調査のための予算を組んでですね。調査のための予算であれば議会通貨は容易でしょう。
調査費程度なら予備費を充てる議案で対応できます。年度内に調査で、結果によって来年度から環境対策を。
最短でもそうなってしまうのか。
最悪市長権限で専決することもできますけど、それは民主主義の否定にもなっちゃいますから。
I don't think the issue is that urgent to require that. Considering that first investigate, then take countermeasures. Should the need arise, that would be the best course of action. Is half undead a thing in anime? No. There's no such thing as you've got dead, right, which is a corpse, and then you've got undead, which is a zombie. You can't have half undead. What does that even mean?
でしたら、
I try to change the viewpoint, and I'm trying to change the topic. What does half undead have to do with this? And with half alive, half life? What does the topic have to do with this fucking visual novel, Dexter? If first aid and a complete cure both require the same amount of time, then naturally we should aim for a complete cure.
採算性が望める再開発プランを提示し、そのための予算を議会通過させればいいわけですね。
Miyamoto says nothing. She simply nods slightly.
再開発について市民からの要望や職員からのアイディアは。
全くです。あの炭鉱、廃炭鉱はあえて誰も触れようとしないものですから。
I see. It's a typical vicious cycle. Because no one wants to touch it, no one is interested. And as long as no one's interested, it'll never be developed. And to get out of that vicious cycle, the mining workshop and steam locomotive won't be enough.
ならば、ブラッシュアップするしかないか。
I had mumbled that only to myself, but Paulette and Miyamoto both looked surprised.
わかりました。
Paulette's expression straightens out right away, and she gives me a calm smile.
それではこの件はひとまず持ち帰ります。宮本さん、ありがとうございました。
いえ、それでは失礼します。資料は置いておきますのでご活用ください。
ありがとうございます。
Miyamoto writes a note and leaves it next to the materials. She glances at my face and then bows to Paulette before quietly leaving the room. I set out to talk to her, but quickly stop myself. Paulette is obviously holding her breath once Miyamoto's footsteps fade. In the next moment, Paulette exhales deeply and then falls over on her desk to stretch. I have to ask,
苦手なのか？
苦手って言うんじゃないんですけど。
while still stretched out, she gives a wry smile. Paulette turns to me.
苦手じゃ本当にないんです。宮本さん、 パパの右腕だった人だし。
前市長のか。
Navi said that, said this before, that the previous mayor Hinai's governance was highly regarded. Considering his right-hand person, I can see why these materials are so organized. Oh. The handwritten memo is a phone number. This is without a doubt Miyamoto's. Paulette can call Miyamoto whenever she wants, so she'd have no need for this memo. It's for me. It's for me. Then I'll hold on to it for now. I take the memo and put it in my pocket. Paulette pays me no heed, still stretched out on the desk.
でも、だからこそ多分、私、子供扱いされちゃうんですよ。
子供扱い。
そうです。あの人、いつも正しいし、その上、データでがっちり固めてきますから。
ああ。
It all makes sense. I now know why Paulette and Miyamoto looked so surprised when I said I should brush up the plan. In that situation, they've always scrapped the plans at that point.
あれもダメ、これもダメって、なんかすっごい窮屈で、それに従ってるのが結局、正解だってわかるんですけど。
Rather than putting in time on a plan with a low success rate, they would give it up on the spot and find another plan. That certainly is one of the methods you can take.
負担をむやみに増やさぬようにとのことでもあろう。ポーレットは、ただでさえ多忙なのだから。
そういう心配もしてくれてるんだと思います。だから私も反論まではできなくて。
Maybe it's because she said she's being treated like a child, or about how Miyamoto used to be the right-hand person of the previous mayor. Right now, Paulette sort of resembles Hibiki when she was rebelling against Makoda.
宮本さんからしてみれば、きっとポーレットは。
I swallow the words I'm about to say. No, that's right. Speaking of which, I've heard her say the word Papa many times over, but not once has Paulette mentioned Paulette said Mama. I can't remember. I can't remember at all.
そうてつくん？
ああ、いや。
Now that I think about it, I know nothing about Paulette. I haven't even confirmed if I've met her in the past. I shouldn't say anything careless. That decision changes the words that comes out of my mouth.
宮本さんからしてみれば、ポーレットはまだまだ頼りない市長に見えてしまうのだろうな。
それはそうですよ。実際、頼りない市長でしたから。昨日までは。
He stands up briskly. Not sideways, but straight up. Paulette's back is more beautiful that way.
おめえ返上。だから、これからしていきます。
Yes. We're just getting started. We can all redeem ourselves. Ignorance can be cured. Paulette, and for me, that is something that can be done.
兄さんは。
Alright, what the fuck did you find? Nikocado avocado. Okay. That is cursed. I do not want to see that fucking... with the lolly filter as well. You sure? Alright, either way. Hibiki is squinting at me. No, that's not right. She was just completely disinterested.
鉄道マニアになったんですか？
いや、
No, he became a politician. There's a difference. I haven't. But I hesitate to declare that. I'm involved with railways, at least to the point of hesitation.
ですね。
Without waiting for my answer, Hibiki scoffs at me and shrugs.
石炭を掘ること、世間でレジャーと呼びますか？呼びませんよね。正しい名称は、労働ですから。
いや、だから、掘るだけではなく、だな。
I can't find the words to continue with. This must be how a frog feels when it's been stared down by a snake.
せっかく掘った石炭を SL の釜に投げ込むことを世間では働き損って言ったりします。
うん。
So the real question is, why does Rana look zonked out of her mind? She's very convincing. I look to Paulette for help, but she looks back at me with an expression of both shame and confusion. Is she, like, actually sleeping? Wait, maybe Hachiroku will... No, Hachiroku is completely emotionless. She's making a poker face and is set on playing dead. No, that's Reina. Reina's dead right now. Reina's not listening at all. She's just hugging Paulette like a kitten, trying to rub its scent. Now that I realize it, I was alone with Paulette for the past few days.
確かにそうばい。お金払って石炭場掘ってその石炭場取り上げられとは愉快じゃなかったい。
Listen, Hibiki didn't have a problem with it in Hachiroku's route and Hibiki in her route. So why is she having a problem now, okay?
そう思う。それ多分ほとんどの人には売りにならないかもです。
Listen, I'm just saying, Hibiki's not mad because of the shoveling coal part. She's mad that Paulette gets to spend more time with Sotetsu, alright? My allies are silent. Only dissenting voices pile on. Then what?
では、どのようにすればいいかな。どうすれば、ハイタン港を観光拠点とできるだろうか。
簡単に考えつくようなことなら先に誰かがやっとればい。すごい一般論っていうか基本的な意見ですけど。
Listen, alright? As children, I mean, as 18-year-olds, they should understand the children yearn for the mines, alright? They'll love shoveling coal, okay? They'll love role-playing as an engineer, okay? Possibly pitying me for being cut down by Nagi. Fukami cautiously raises her hand.
払ったお金にどれだけのお返しが来るか、それが満足度につながるんだと思うです。
Fukami then mentions that the Kuma River downstreaming has to fix too, as she sinks into self-scorn. However,
なるほど。確かに基本からだな。料金と得られるものとのバランスか。
when experiencing the Kuma River downstreaming, I honestly felt it was too expensive. Regardless of how wonderful an experience it was.
確かに、金を払って働かされると思われるなら、たとえ料金が1円だろうと、参加する者はいなくなる。
Then we have to change the impression so that it doesn't feel like work. Moving the steam locomotive with the coal you dug feels romantic, but if it has zero appeal, feels romantic? Okay. But if it has zero appeal to those who don't particularly like railways,
それなら、例えば、掘った石炭を疑似通貨にするという案はどうだろ
ああ、そりゃあええね。
Makuta had been completely silent, but she suddenly speaks up and gives her approval. I thought I was being a bit of a simpleton, but I gain traction when I hear some encouragement.
う。通貨であるから使い道を選べる。そのうちの一つは投げ込み、あるいは車掌体験などでもいいし。
That's the sort of romance that Paulette and I share. Why do you keep saying... Whatever. If you can choose freely, there should be many choices.
他にはそうだな。蒸気焼酎や蒸気アイス、あるいは新駅弁のような物品とも変えられることにする。
なら、熊川下りの乗船券とも変えられることにしてください。です。
ああ、そうだな。そのようにして協賛を求めていくのはとてもいいな。
That way we can involve the entire town's tourism initiative.
宣伝効果が見込めるようになれば、協賛品、無償提供も出てくるようになるかもしれんね。
おう。
That's true. Let's say that a bottle's worth of dugout coal could be exchanged for a cup of steamed shochu. If they felt like they enjoyed that cup, they could purchase a bottle at the souvenir shop.
協賛と宣伝とうまく運べばウィンウィンという形になるか。
最初は仮にカツカツの料金設定をしたとしても、そういう協賛を増やせれば利益の範囲も広げていける。
I nod to Paulette's voice. Not just me, but Reina Hachidoku, Makuta, Nagi, Fukami, and even Hibiki.
魅力ある協賛を増やせれば、この案は採算性のある事業とできる。
I organize my thoughts as I say them out loud. The steps in achieving this start coming into my mind. Same thing. Yes. One after another. It's something that Paul and I can't do alone.
術船配炭港の再活用を観光振興とつなげたのなら、お人よは必ずや、かつてに勝る輝きを得る。
In order to achieve that future, there's one thing that must be done right now.
僕は、その輝きを見てみたい。そうするためには、みんなの力が必要だ。
鉱山鉄道の廃線跡にお連れください。私の経験が伏線のために役立つかもしれません。
鉄道の方の経費は細かに出してもらえたら、料金設定のシミュレーション立ててあげるね。
じいちゃんと職人さんたちに声かけとくわい。私も業者さんとか観光協会の皆さんにとかお話それとなくしてみますです。レイナはポーレットをお手伝いしますよ。
Raina's finally joining in on the conversation. Before I can ask on what, they offer their help.
イメージ作り、すごく重要になると思うから。
響。
She's still turned away, but I can feel it. Hibiki's emotions are obvious.
書くもんあったら言うて、書くけん。
ありがとう。力を貸してくれるんだな。
I think she's still salty that Paulette gets to spend more time with Sotetsu, though.
そんなん最初から言うとるもん。
おう。
She glances at me sideways for a brief moment. A hint of sadness in her eyes, but I sense a bit of happiness too.
そぎゃん楽しそうなニーニー見たら、妹やもん。協力するしかなかろうもんね。
You should have added the with other women part. When I see you having so much fun with other women.
そうか。
I try to pat her on the head like I always do, but she evades my hand. Hibiki gives a wry smile, clears her throat, then closes her eyes.
違いますよ、兄さん。
She slowly opens her eyes and turns to me.
その手はもっと未来に向けて動かさなくちゃダメですってば。
What? What do you mean by that? Maitetsu. And with that, I think that is a good place to end it off for today. Interesting. They're getting the ball running at least. Getting the ball rolling at least. But thank you for watching. Thanks for lurking. Thank you for chatting. If you enjoyed, a follow would be appreciated and you want to support me even further, you could always subscribe. And yeah, like I said last stream, I need to grind out more Maitetsu videos, because if I don't, then I will run out of backlog. And yeah, that also means that I should cut out the just chatting parts until I can build up a sizable backlog. But until then, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and I'll see you guys again next time. Bye-bye.